Good morning, everyone. Good morning. As I remind myself to mute my phone, I'll remind everyone else to do the same, please. This is docket number 55378, January the 17th, 2024, Georgia Power Company's 2023 Integrated Resource Plan update. We'll start by calling for appearances. Georgia Public Service Commission.
Preston Thomas and Jenny Davis on behalf of Public Interest Advocacy staff.
Georgia Power Company.
Steve Hewitson, Brandon Marzone, and Allison Pryor on behalf of the Georgia Power Company.
Advanced Power Alliance.
Noah Turner along with Brad Carver representing Advanced Power Alliance.
Clean Energy Buyers Association.
Good morning, Scott Dunbar of the law firm Keys and Fox here on behalf of the Clean Energy Buyers Association.
Hillstone Renewable Energy.
Good morning, Newton Galloway, Terry Lindell on behalf of Hillstone. Thank you.
Georgia Association of Manufacturers. Georgia Center for Energy Solutions. Georgia Coalition of Local Governments.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Alicia Brown on behalf of the Coalition of Local Governments.
Georgia Interfaith Power and Light.
Good morning, Bob Sheridan and Jennifer Whitfield on behalf of Georgia Interfaith Power and Light.
Thank you. Georgia Solar Energy Association. Georgia Wand Education Fund.
Kimberly Scott on behalf of Georgia Wand Education Fund, Inc. Thank you.
Good morning. Georgia Watch.
Good morning, Liz Coyle on behalf of Georgia Watch.
MARTA.
Good morning, Casey Sturm on behalf of MARTA.
Microsoft. Resource Supply Management.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Robert Baker on behalf of Resource Supply.
Sierra Club.
Good morning, Isabella Risa and Kurt Thompson on behalf of Sierra.
Southern Alliance for Clean Energy.
Good morning, Brian Jacob for Southern Alliance for Clean Energy.
Southern Renewable Energy Association.
Good morning, Commissioners. Simon Mahan on behalf of the Southern Renewable Energy Association.
Morning. United States Department of Defense.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. John McDonough on behalf of the United States Department of Defense.
Walmart.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Stephanie Eaton here on behalf of Walmart, Inc. from the law firm of Spillman, Thomas and Battle. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any housekeeping matters to take up before we get started today? Okay. We'll start by calling public witnesses. We have a sign-up sheet. We'll start with Ashley Ewald. And if I say this wrong, just please correct me.
Hi, thank you so much. That was right. All right. Sorry. Hello, my name is Ashley Ewald, and I am student body president of Oglethorpe University. Yesterday, students spoke about how it is documented that over 35 years ago, Southern Company and others started to pour millions of dollars into combating the growing public, political, and scientific concern about greenhouse gas emissions. They backed misleading campaigns that attacked climate science, opposed biting limits on greenhouse gas emissions, promoted clean coal as a false solution to the problem, and fought to slow the transition to clean and renewable energy sources like wind and solar power. Just imagine what the world would be like today if 35 years ago, those large influential business entities hadn't chose to spend millions of dollars to spread climate misinformation. If they hadn't tried to convince the public and politicians across the world not to take climate action. Imagine if instead they had supported the growing calls for climate action and taken meaningful steps to curb their significant greenhouse gas emissions. There wouldn't have been billions of dollars of subsidies going every year to help build fossil fuel infrastructure and fund research for new polluting water-intensive technologies such as fracking. These subsidies would have gone toward clean and renewable energy instead. Transmission lines to carry renewable energy would have been laid years and years ago, when land was cheaper and there was less property to negotiate around. Clean energy technology for solar panels, wind turbines, and battery storage would have developed sooner, reached competitive cost points sooner, and progressed way beyond where they are today. And the same would be true for energy efficient products such as heat pumps, improved insulation, and electric cars. The world would be more stable as tyrants such as Vladimir Putin would not have amassed such great wealth and power through exploiting their country's oil and gas resources. Countries without oil and gas resources would have developed their infrastructure to use the wind and solar that many of them have in plentiful amounts. This would have created more prosperity and stability in those countries. And when combined with less climate-fueled droughts and flooding, there would be so many fewer people migrating from their homes to other countries in order to survive. Our air and water would be cleaner. There would be less cancer, less asthma, and less black lung disease. But this is not the world we live in today, because people who benefit from fossil fuels use their power and influence to stop and stall climate action. They chose profits over people and our planet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Ewald? Excuse me, Miss Ewald?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question? Did you receive class credit for coming in today?
Ma'am, no, this was actually voluntary.
It's volunteer. Were you asked by a professor or by a member of the faculty at Oglethorpe to come today?
No, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a great one.
Okay, next is Jennifer Nguyen. Morning.
Morning. My name is Jennifer Nguyen, and I am a student and alumna of Georgia State University. Yesterday, student speakers talked about the benefits of rooftop solar for our state. We will email you a document containing those comments, as well as all other student comments made yesterday and today. The documents will contain footnotes linking to all sources referenced. But for now, to sum up the situation, Georgia Power is asking to purchase more natural gas and to build more natural gas infrastructure to meet anticipated future peak demand. This is something that climate scientists are explicitly saying we cannot do if we want to meet critical climate targets and prevent dramatically worse climate impacts. And Georgia Power is actively resisting expanding the R&R net metering program, even though this expansion would reduce the peak demand and would bring so many economic and health benefits to the people in our state. Net metering policies that credit excess electricity at the retail rate is something that 33 states have already done and that almost all of 33 states are still doing. This is not a situation where it is appropriate to find a compromise position between what Georgia Power wants and what interveners have been requesting since the pilot R&R net metering program reached its cap in 2021. This is a good point to answer Commissioner Eccles' question from yesterday. We didn't get a chance to consult with experts on this matter, but we believe that 295,000 homes with 10 kilowatt solar arrays would generate up to 2,950 megawatts of electricity during peak summer hours. This is a significant amount of energy.
How much did you say?
So,
2950, not 295 megawatts.
no, 2,950 megawatts, 2,950.
Are you sure?
2,950.
Wow.
The math was done. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
So Georgia Power has come back to you outside of the regular IRP cycle because they now anticipate a need for additional energy that is 17 times what they projected during the regular 2022 proceedings. Please act now to require Georgia Power to reinstate R&R monthly net metering without a cap in response to this additional projected energy need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Nguyen,
Yes,
did you receive class credit or course credit for coming in today?
absolutely not. I am actually pursuing a computer science degree.
Oh, nice. Were you encouraged by faculty or a member of the staff
No,
at Georgia State to come in today?
absolutely not.
Do you represent a student group? If so, what's the name of the group?
Yes, the student environmental team of Georgia State University.
Student environmental
Team.
team. Okay. All right. Thanks, Ms. Nguyen. Have a good day.
No problem.
Thank you. Javon Downs.
Good morning. My name is Jovan Downs, and I am an 11th grader at Decatur High School. Georgia Power must also invest in offshore wind turbines. Offshore wind is a great complement to solar by generating power during the times when sunlight is absent or weaker. The National Renewable Energy Lab, NREL, has determined that Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia have distinct resource quality advantages for offshore wind generation. Together, they have 82% of the East Coast resource in shallow water, making it possible to get further offshore, and the proximity of warm water Gulf Stream to the coast creates a highly energetic microclimate with higher wind speeds. According to Jeanette Gayer, director of the Environmental Georgia Research and Policy Center, we have an enormous renewable resource blowing just off our coastline that can help close the gap between us and a 100% renewable energy future. The center's April 2021 report found that Georgia could provide more than enough electricity to meet its 2019 electricity demand and over half of what it's projected to use in 2050 with offshore wind. Virginia and North Carolina recently entered into an agreement to work together on offshore wind development. Karen Graney with the Center for a Sustainable Coast has the comment, over a decade ago, a feasible study identified 2 suitable sites for wind farms off the coast of Georgia. Since then, the climate crisis has grown ever more urgent. What are we waiting for? It is critical that Georgia Power meets its increasing energy demand with clean, renewable energy. We must take advantage of our offshore wind potential. It is critical that Georgia Power meets its increasing energy demand with clean, renewable energy. We must take advantage of our offshore wind potential. Please act now to direct Georgia Power to coordinate with Governor Kemp and Georgia Legislature to work together on offshore wind development. You must act now. Later is too late. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Downs. Can I ask you a question or a couple questions? Were you given class or course credit from Decatur High to come today?
No, I was not.
Okay. Were you encouraged by a member of the faculty or the staff?
No, I was not.
Are you part of a group at Decatur High School that studies or works on these issues?
No, I'm not.
All right. Thank you.
Have you
Nice-
studied the offshore winds in New England?
Have
The
I
project
personally?
of the turbines that have been built out there and they pull the plug on them?
No, I have not.
Should.
I will. Thank you.
Have you ever been to Tybee Island?
Yes, I have.
You know,
I'm gonna let you go.
Tybee. Back in 2012, Tybee was donated a wind turbine. They were going to put it at their wastewater treatment plant onshore. But DNR came in with a migratory bird study that basically scared all the councilmen down there, and they voted against putting up this free wind turbine that was going to provide a lot of power because of the migratory bird study. You might want to look that up.
All right. Thank you.
That's good.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Benjamin Hasty.
Hello,
Morning.
sorry.
Morning.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Benjamin Hasty and I am a junior at Decatur High School. The Edison Electric Institute, an association that represents all U.S. investor-owned electric companies, has already created a very informative booklet presenting over 100 small and large ways for customers to reduce energy consumption. But these are presented in the context of saving money, not in the context of helping to save the planet and its inhabitants. Georgians should be told that reducing their energy consumption and changing some of their remaining consumption to off-peak hours would help prevent the need to invest in more fossil fuel plants and fossil fuel energy sourcing. And they should be informed that this is a critical component of meeting international greenhouse gas emission reduction targets in the time frame that will help eliminate even more dangerous levels of global warming. This message can easily be sent in print and/or digital form to schools to reach students and parents, to neighborhood associations and churches to reach people within their communities, to businesses and offices. And we have reached out to instructors at the Savannah School of Art and Design to see if they would be willing to help create video messaging. They have responded that they would be excited and honored to participate in such an important effort. Georgia Power should also increase incentives for people who successfully limit their energy consumption, provide more rebates for those who purchase energy-saving devices, and provide more funding for programs that help elderly and low-income customers to insulate their homes. Please act now to require Georgia Power to invest more heavily in demand-side management, educating Georgia citizens about our climate emergency and how together we can take action to help prevent more warming. You must act now. Later is too late. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hasty? Hi. Good morning.
Sorry.
Good morning. Did you receive class or course credit for coming today?
No, I did not.
Were you encouraged by a member of the faculty or staff?
I was not.
Okay. Are you part of a student group that studies these issues?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Hey, I think y'all should receive some class credit for that, really. I mean, this is great. Not many high school kids venture here, you know, an opportunity to speak. I know it's a brave thing. So, you know, tell your teacher, hey, Commissioner Eckel said we should be getting credit for this.
Thank you. I will.
There wasn't any warming when I left this morning.
Yeah, then y'all got up on a cold morning to come too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Evelyn Ford.
I'm sorry. I'm. Maybe somebody that. I was supposed to go after Joe.
Can't hear you.
Okay, what is your name? Oh, okay. Well, come on up. I'm sorry.
No worries. Hello, my name is Catherine Brock. I'm a student at Decatur High School. Georgia Power must also invest more heavily in demand-side management, presenting opportunities for reducing energy consumption in the context and scope of the global climate crisis. Climate disinformation has robbed people of the opportunity to take critical action, to protect themselves, their loved ones, and their future generations. When presented with correct information and action, Georgians will respond. Will this really work? Yes, absolutely. As long as the information is clear, consistent, widespread, and repeated. Let's take the example of World War II, when people were called upon to take action and make sacrifices for their future. They planted victory gardens. They collected scrap metals. They recycled rags, paper, silk, and string. They supported government efforts to make big changes quickly. Existing industries were converted into wartime production, and huge factories were built to produce supplies for those fighting abroad. People at home supported government rationing of so many basic items like sugar, meat, and coffee. They also supported raising corporate taxes in both corporate and personal income. They are known as the greatest generation for their actions and their sacrifices. Today, the scientific community is calling upon all of us to make big changes to address the biggest threat facing humanity today. They're saying that the entire global community must act immediately to prevent warming levels that will reach tipping points that will greatly escalate deaths, disease, and global instability. Scientists are telling us that the actions that we take today will impact the world for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. It's a pretty safe bet that we can rise to the occasion, that we will make the changes needed and form new habits and collectively become the next greatest generation. With regards to reducing electricity consumption, most of the changes we must personally make won't even require a great amount of effort, and they will save us money, be better for our health, and lead to cleaner air and water. But people will only act if they understand the urgency of our present circumstances, and Georgia Power must play a central role in communicating this urgency. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brock.
No problem.
Miss Brock, you go to Decatur High?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me just ask you a question. Are you marked absent for not being there today?
So we had a 2-hour delay this morning, so I won't be marked absent, but I will probably be tardy.
So you'll be tardy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you need a note, the executive secretary, she'll get you guys notes to get you guys.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
For coming down here. Were you solicited to come down here by an intervener in this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are you being paid for being present today?
No, ma'am.
All right. There you go. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you as well.
Okay, let me get back on track here. Evelyn Ford. Morning.
Hello, my name is Evelyn Ford, and I'm a senior at Decatur High School. Since we were little, we were taught to pick up after ourselves and to clean up our messes. But in its latest IRP request, Georgia Power is definitely not taking action to help clean up this huge climate mess that they have helped to create. They are acting as if it is business as usual. Maybe they'll start taking responsibility soon, due to regulation and policy that requires them to do so, stockholder and public pressure, or even because of an attack on conscience. But the scientific community is clear. We must take rapid action now. That includes both Georgia Power and Georgia citizens, because later is too late. You can help get Georgia Power to take the right actions in the essential timeframe. Actually, you're the only 5 people in Georgia who can. Cities and counties across the state are committing to reach 0 greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, investing money and energy to do so. But they don't have the authority to make Georgia Power provide them with the clean electricity that is essential for reaching these goals. But you do. The 5 of you are in positions of incredible responsibility, power, and opportunity, as I'm sure you know. But under your direction, Georgia Power can become a shining example. Commissioner Pridemore, your new position as president of the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, you will have the opportunity to use your influence to encourage other regulators and utilities to follow Georgia Power's lead. Georgia Power wants you to believe that they have no choice, that they must increase natural gas sourcing and infrastructure and potentially keep coal plants running for longer in order to keep the lights on. But this is simply false. There are many choices they can make when sourcing our electricity that will keep the power on. The choices Georgia Power is presenting now may be the easiest, given their current business model. They may be the most profitable for their company, but they are definitely not the best choices for Georgia's economy and the safety of its people, especially the younger generations who will be dealing with the consequences of those choices for most of their lives, most of our lives. We aren't here today as experts, versed in the climate sciences and solutions. We are here to point you to the experts. We are asking that you listen to the worldwide scientific community that is sending out both calls to action and proffering solutions. Georgia Power's failure to align their policies and practices with what the science shows is a colossal dereliction of duty and mounting liability risk. Please, fulfill your duty. Act to keep us safe. Exercise your authority to require Georgia Power to make heavy investments in clean renewable energy, battery storage, and demand-side management, not in additional fossil fuels that will only make the problem worse. You must act now. Later is too late. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, ma'am. How are you?
Good, I am.
Good. Are you being paid for being present today?
I am not being paid.
Okay. Were you asked to be here by any of the interveners in this case?
I was not, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
I've been trying to get the Decatur school system to get some electric buses because their routes are small, right?
Yes, they are.
Right.
4 square miles.
I've been unsuccessful at getting your superintendent and leadership to look at this. Could you go back and maybe write a little speech and go over there to the superintendent, maybe at the next board meeting?
Certainly.
And talk about how the city of Decatur can play a key role in all the things that you're talking about by implementing an electric school bus program. Would you do that for me?
Yeah, for sure.
Great, thank you.
Someone who rides the bus every single day.
They can't use them in Chicago this morning.
No, no, they can't.
All right. Tim Frenzen. Good morning.
Morning. I'm a sophomore at Decatur High. No, I'm kidding.
Look like you're heading to Chicago after this.
I do want to say I've never met any of these young people. I didn't encourage them to be here. But no one more than y'all have a stake here. I mean, the decisions made today affect y'all more than me and more than any of y'all. So I'm really grateful that y'all are here. And also I was thinking, man, if I had 2 hours before high school, this is the last place I'd be coming. And I just want to echo this sentiment. I don't want to get into the weeds, but you know, what I hear y'all asking for is a way to expand Georgia's energy needs without destroying the climate. And that's like at the heart of what I'm hearing from y'all. And so I'm not going to get into the weeds either. I just want to echo those sentiments. My name again is Tim Franz. I'm with American Friends Service Committee. We have a small presence in Atlanta, but as an organization, we've been around for over 100 years. We're one of 3 Nobel laureate organizations here in Atlanta, along with the Carter Center and the King Center. And what brought me here, in addition to the concerns that young folks spoke about, is that you know, Georgia Power and the Southern Company, I'm concerned that profits are being used to influence politics more than they should be. You know, we're continuing to invest in a system that's killing us, and to know that there are dollars going into lobby, to know that there's money going into controversial democracy crushing programs like Cop City, like $2 million, and you see Georgia Company listed on community fundraisers, is a slap in the face to folks that are experiencing the potential of rate increases. And so, you know, I just want to echo the sentiments of young folks and encourage this body to put some checks and balances. This is our future. It's your future more than ours. And thank you for having me. I give my 1 minute back.
Thank you, sir. That's all I had on the sign-up sheet. Was there anyone else that came in later that wanted to comment?
Mr. Hilton, do you have any redirect?
I would love to, Mr. Commissioner, but I don't think that's proper at this time.
All right, and thank y'all again to everyone that came down as public witnesses, especially the students. We appreciate y'all's engagement. And good luck rest of the school year, and be safe getting back to school today. All right, so
I want to make that note.
I see the panel coming in, so we're gonna, if there is anyone that needs to leave, this would be you know, a good time, but I'm not trying to tell you to leave, but leave when you want. But we're just kind of setting things back up real quick. We'll pick up where we left off yesterday, since this is the second day of the hearings. I'll remind everyone to please try to refrain from asking questions that have already been answered on the first day. No, Miss Scott was not able to be here yesterday, but did you have some cross? You do? Okay, I'll start with you then, because we went by you yesterday. Morning, panel.
Good morning.
Morning.
You guys about ready to go?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
I just want to remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to call on Georgia Wand to come up at this time. Morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Shaw, rest of the Public Service Commissioners. My name is Kim Scott. I'm with Georgia One, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to cross-examine. I was caught up in traffic. I mean, not traffic, but my flight was delayed yesterday from Kansas City. So we talk about negative 26-degree temps. That's where I came from. So thank you for the opportunity to provide this cross-examination. So, but I was listening on YouTube and I heard a lot of questions about downward pressure on rates. So that would be my first question. Can you explain downward pressure on rates?
Yeah, so it's because you're going to have an increased load growth. It's a larger customer base of which to spread the cost of the system to serve those customers.
And then in yesterday's hearing, we heard a lot about our capacity, and we didn't need the capacity right now that is being entertained in this IRP. So why are we entertaining increasing the capacity in this IRP instead of the 2025?
So that I don't recall us saying we didn't need it. The opposite is actually true. We do need it now. And so if we wait to the 25 IRP, we do not have time to deploy resources to meet the needs by the end of 25, end of 26, and end of 27.
And you also talked about flaws in your forecasting method that we've seen. Basically, it's requiring 1,600% greater demand than the flawed model that you used in 2022's IRP. So you talked about a new forecasting model, which we would appreciate. But why is it better than the old one? And then would it put us in the right direction going forward? And then the other part of that question is that are there utilities that are using it now that we can reference? And how long has this model been used?
Yeah, so first off, the commissioner, the IRP load forecasts are not flawed and the methods are not flawed. The 22 IRP load forecast was based on the information at that time that we knew and the processes and models that we've been using with this commission for years. So it was not flawed. What has happened is the economic growth in the state has changed. And so we've updated that load forecast. So nothing was flawed in 22 or 23 before we rolled into this year. So what we've had to do is have some new aspects to the large load external adjustments. But again, external adjustments have been part of the load forecast. So I'll let Mr. Valier speak to a little bit of that. But again, it was not flawed. The 22 IRP load forecast was approved and reviewed in the 22 IRP. It's just been a generational change since then with load. So Mr. Valier can speak to the current method on how we're handling the external adjustments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Grabb. So before I get there, I want to reiterate what I said yesterday. The methodologies that we're using are the same methodologies that we've been using in previous years. And it's been serving the planning purposes of our customers really well. The only difference in this request is the external adjustment for large loads. And that is based on customer information. It's a very reasonable expectation of the load that we have to serve. It uses mathematical techniques to better inform this commission. And we're very confident that the numbers that we have produced to support this request are the appropriate numbers that represent our customers' needs.
But this methodology has caused us to be severely behind, even in the Plant Vogtle construction, increased the value of this project, and now has put these rates, these increasing rates on ratepayers. So what gives us the confidence that this methodology is going to be something that will not cause these problems again in the future?
So a few things there. First off, it's not a problem. These loads are an opportunity to continue to put, benefit all customers. And the load forecast in Vogtle, I don't know what that direct correlation is there. I mean, Vogtle was is going to be a very successful resource for this state. It's had its challenges, but we've talked about it was starting the nuclear industry, but that has nothing to do with the forecast methodology that we're talking about here. So I don't know what that correlation is. So again, we have an opportunity for the state and for our customers to benefit everybody with these load forecasts. Anything to add, Mr. Valier?
No, nothing. Go.
I mean, the correlation here is that your inability to be able to forecast and provide risk analysis for a project that now increased, and it's now what, $30 billion for Plant Vogtle, 7 years behind schedule, and yet all of those increases were put on ratepayers. That's what I'm asking, is that should we have confidence in this methodology when it was not beneficial to ratepayers for Plant Vogtle? That was the line of questioning.
Yeah, Chairman Shaw, I would object to the question is irrelevant. The Vogtle proceeding is already wrapped up, and that decision has nothing to do with the 2023 IRP update. And as Mr. Grubb has just explained, the forecasting methodology that they're providing to this commission and defending in their testimony has nothing to do with the Vogel construction.
Ms. Scott, if you would just try to keep your questions based on the testimony in this
Yes, sir.
docket.
We're just talking about forecasting and ability to be able to do risk analysis. That's all. Regardless if it's plant Vogel or the fuel loads, we want to make sure that the methodology is conducive and not putting undue rate increases on ratepayers.
So I would say, commissioners, that, to the risk analysis mention of this is exactly what the new adjustment for large loads does. This probabilistic method gives you an information about the likelihood of certain event, and it's the traditional base tool that is used in risk analysis. So that part is covered, and it does it well to identify the load that we have to serve and to ensure that we keep our system reliable and affordable for our customers.
Okay. You mentioned PPAs, particularly with Mississippi Power. What are your plans, if any, to offset these PPAs with the IRA?
With the what, I'm sorry?
The IRA. Did you get IRA money? And if so, what are your plans to offset the PPAs with the IRA money that you received?
So Mr. Bush can add in here if needed, but the IRA, we're looking at it for the best resources, but not a Mississippi PPA. The Mississippi PPA is not even unit specific. It is just capacity from Mississippi's system. So there is no IRA treatment on a system sale for a PPA. We're looking at it and we'll leverage it for battery energy storage systems, but it's not applicable to the Mississippi PPA or even the Santa Rosa.
Have you received IRA or IIJ money for anything that's filed in this docket?
Have we received it yet? No.
Commissioner,
Did you apply for it?
because we haven't initiated the projects really yet, we haven't applied for that.
You haven't applied.
But we have included the benefit of the IRA in our economic analysis for all the projects for which it applies. And we will be applying for IIJA funding as applicable for those same projects.
Can you walk through within this filing in this docket what it is that you plan to file for IIJA money for and IRA money?
Yes.
Okay.
If you'd like me to do that now?
If you have it, certainly.
Sure. From an IRA perspective, the IRA is laid out to where there's a number of different funding opportunities. Most people talk in terms of the 30% funding, but there is the requirement to meet the prevailing wage and apprenticeship to get the 30% funding. Otherwise, it's only about 6% benefit. But so our plan is to make sure we hold all of our EPC contractors to ensure that we get the 30% benefit through the IRA. Other benefits the IRA has are for energy communities, which none of the current facilities that we're deploying are actually in those communities at this time, and domestic content. And domestic content could be a possibility for some of the projects. We haven't made final decisions. Again, when we make a decision, we look for the best value for our customers. And so what we've seen in the marketplace is domestic suppliers raise their price because of that added benefit that others get. And we've seen it on the solar side as much as a 20% increase in price. So what we do is we look again for the best value, and we'll apply that as the opportunity, evaluate that for each opportunity, and make sure we pursue that.
So,
Have you done the economic analysis to determine what the economic impact to the company would be if you apply for the IRA or IIJA funds related to this docket? And if so, what's the dollar amount?
Oh, the specific, I'm sorry, Commissioner, no, I don't have the specific dollar amount.
Yeah, okay, all right, go ahead.
Commissioner, real quick, you did ask what we would apply it on, just to be clear, for in this filing, it would be on any of the battery energy systems, so not the others.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Pridemore. And I would ask the commission if there was any way that we could get that data that Commissioner Pridemore just mentioned. In looking at the data from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, again, I want to go back to this. You failed to create accurate forecasts for future demand for at least 15 years. The forecast from 2007 to 2020 that were used to justify new generation, including Plant Vogel, never materialized. So has the commission ever held you accountable for submitting flawed load growth estimates year after year?
So again, I would disagree with flawed and incorrect forecast. In every IRP, and Mr. Valier can add on here as needed, we do report back the range of accuracy of our load forecast that was in the prior IRP. And it's all within 1.5%, something like that. So he can speak to that, but we don't have flawed forecasts. This again is a change in the landscape in the state and the nation and the economy. So I'll let Mr. Valier speak a little bit more to that, but I would disagree with flawed forecast.
Yeah, so I would add that our forecast is very accurate. When you compare the performance of the forecast year after year, the average error, the average deviation that we have had for the last 10 years is less than 1%, is 0.5%. So it's very much on target. Now, we do acknowledge the fact that when you do the forecast, you take a snapshot in time, you identify certain assumptions, right? And it's natural to expect that with the dynamic nature of our economy and our environment, those assumptions will deviate from the actual will deviate from the assumptions. And so natural deviations would happen. That is not an anomaly. That's something to be expected. And that is the reason why we develop a new forecast every year.
Okay. Last question. Georgia's grid is vastly overbuilt with reserves of 40% or nearly 3 times the annual amount recommended by the National Electric Reliability Corporation for the Southeast, which is 15%. Those reserves were calculated before Plant Vogel's capacity got added to the grid. Does it make sense to add more capacity? We were talking about 6,000 megawatts versus the 2,100 when the grid was already overbuilt. And again, you all talked about the fact yesterday that you had capacity.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask if Ms. Scott could provide some sort of data to the witnesses to support the premise of that question, because I don't think that there's anything before the commission or anything in testimony that supports it. And quite frankly, that's contrary to what all the witnesses have been testifying to over the last day.
I mean, Ms. Scott referenced where, but if you would remind us where that information.
The NERC, the National Electric Reliability Corporation.
No, that was the 15%. She said that the system was overbuilt by 40%. I would like to know what the basis of that statement is.
We can provide the data. Okay. I can provide it.
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it?
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, that concludes the first page on the sheet. So next is Marta.
No questions at this time.
No cross. Microsoft Corporation. Resource Supply Management.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, panel.
Good morning.
Robert Baker, representing Resource Supply Management. Let me just start off with some clarification, a couple clarification questions from yesterday's testimony. I know we've gone over the amount of battery storage, but is the company's request for additional battery storage to ask for 500 megawatts of additional battery storage in addition to the existing approved 500 megawatts? Or does the company want 1,000 megawatts more than the existing 500 approved?
Yeah, so it's 1,000. So the 500 megawatts is the RFP that was approved in the 22 IRP. And this is an additional 1,000 megawatts to help meet the earlier capacity needs.
So it's a total of 1,500 megawatts of battery energy storage that the company is asking for at this time. Is that correct?
Correct. And also the all source RFP will allow storage bids as well.
Okay. And let me ask Mr. Evans a question regarding the installation of the battery energy storage at the Air Force bases. Will the military bases have access to the battery energy storage once they are built in case of, say, a national emergency to keep those bases operational?
from a physical capability, these batteries are not located, will not be located on the base themselves. They're not physically connected to the bases. Again, if some mechanism were put together through a transmission system to allow that to happen, that could occur. But our current design is not for us to do that. Our current design is have the batteries at those sites and fully controlled and operated by the operating companies.
All right. Do the existing solar generation facilities at those bases, are they accessible to the military bases for the generation to be used on the military bases?
I can't remember the specifics for the Robbins and the Moody facilities. As I recall, we've allowed that should the base invest in that as an opportunity. If I may not be recalling it correctly for these two specific bases, but if the bases were to invest appropriately, then that we could arrange the system to allow that. But it's my understanding that that has not occurred.
So in those first 3 solar projects at Benning, Gordon, and Stewart, in the contract, and I stand to be corrected, but in the contract, the initial contract, if there's a national emergency, that power can go right to the base. Otherwise, it goes on the grid and then the company sells back to the base for the power they use.
That's right. I think that's right, Commissioner. And those are actually located on the bases proper. And the ones that we're talking about here are actually not on those bases.
Well, they're right. They're just next door,
Well,
adjacent.
one is fairly close. I think the other is a mile or so away.
I've been to both of them. I mean, you can see the base from each one of those. And I was told then when I asked that same question that there was an MOU where in the event of a catastrophe that the base would be able to procure that power.
Those projects, at those 3 that I was talking about, are on base property.
Yes, sir.
On Robbins, it's a different setup in regards to the property that array is going to be is on.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So why would these proposed best projects not be available to the military and national crisis? Why are they be treated differently than the solar that's?
I don't know that we would need to treat them differently. It's just that hasn't been what we haven't had discussions with the base at all in that direction whatsoever. So we haven't considered at this point in time.
Thank you. Thank you. As I was reviewing your pre-file testimony and the company's updated IRP report, it was interesting to note that the focus of your testimony and the report seems to be on the increased demand for winter capacity rather than summer. Is that accurate?
That is correct. It's actually capacity and demand for the whole entire annual period, but the reliability, the first year in which we need to add generation is in the winter. So obviously we'll serve them year round, but winter is the one that drives the need for the addition of capacity.
Okay, so the winter demand is driving this need for this filing?
So winter reliability is driving the need. So as we've talked about in the last 2 IRPs, commissioners, we've, with y'all's approval, have moved to seasonal planning because as things changed on the system, resource types, loads, winter also became a reliability season we need to focus on, and it actually is driving it. So we still are a summer peaking utility, but the reliability risks, such as today, are in the winter more than they are in the summer now.
Could you explain why the winter reliability risk is increasing?
Yeah, so we've had 5 factors in the last 2 IRPs. Part of it is there has been a narrowing of our weather normal summer and winter loads. You've got more because of cold weather. Gas units have some more challenges. We've winterized them and made those units perform a lot better. They perform well today. You also, trying to think of the others, renewables. Renewables help a lot more on the capacity needs in the summer because the summer peaks in the afternoon when it's hot and sunny. The winter, it peaks this morning before the sun was up. And so I think the other one was, can't remember the other 2, but it's the same 5 reasons we've listed in the last two IRPs about moving there. So it's not just loads, it's loads and then also resources.
Resources. But does the winter heating load have a major impact on the winter reliability issue?
Well, so that is why those peaks have narrowed over the last 7, 8, 9 years. If you think about everybody's got an air conditioner, right? And air conditioners continue to get more efficient. So that load, all else equal, doesn't grow as much where the winter has. There has been a growth in electric heating. But again, it's not just the loads. That's a big part of it, but it's also the resources. Again, there are resources that, like solar, we've added thousands of megawatts. Helps a lot more in the summer than it does in the winter from a planning standpoint. And then the gas units and any units in the cold weather have more challenges than they do in the heat.
So would you say that the need for the 1,400 megawatts of the combined combined combustion turbine facilities at Plant Yates is driven or necessitated by the winter heating demand, say initial daytime winter heating demand?
No, I mean, it is load in the winter plus the reliability risk. So we plan to the 26% reserve margin in the winter and the 16.25 in the summer. And so when we look at weather normal winter loads versus our resources, that is the earlier need. The summer need's about 2 years behind it. So all the resources here are driven from a timing standpoint by that winter need, but they obviously are available in the summer as well. So the Yates CTs can help with any peak. The timing is based on that winter need to add generation is 2 years before the summer need.
Okay. Based on the company's resource mix study, Vogtle Unit 4 is not operational during 2024. If Vogtle Unit 4 is not operational now, what effect would that have on the 2023 updated IRP load forecast?
If Vogtle 4 does not come online by when?
This year.
Well, I mean, we still would have enough capacity, but we fully expect Vogtle 4 to be on schedule.
I've
I've
heard that line before, but
yeah, but if it delayed, we still have enough capacity in the next year or so to meet our target reserve margins.
okay. So in your resource mix study, it shows that Vogtle 4 is not operational during 2024. What impact did that have on the application you're making now? Did that increase the need for the 1,400 megawatts of combustion turbine generation?
No, it did not. So Vogtle 4 is in the models. It's just not in the winter of 24 because it's not online right now. And so the resource mix study is solving for system needs, which doesn't happen for a few more years. So Vogtle 4 is in the math to look at what has to be added. And so these resources in this update are in addition to Vogtle 4 coming online.
At page 7, line 20, you indicate that the company needs to own and operate battery storage systems. Won't the battery storage systems be located in Georgia?
Are you referring to our testimony?
Yes, sir. Yes, page 7, line 20.
Yeah, so item 4, where it's talking about 1,000 megawatts of BESS.
Yes, sir.
Yes, those sites that we've looked at, obviously the 3 that we've identified, Robbins and Moody, and the other, which we have not announced the name, it is in Georgia. And then we are focusing on Georgia for the other megawatts for batteries.
Shouldn't the battery storage projects be put out to a fixed price competitive bid for all bidders so that ratepayers can get the benefit of the lowest responsible bid for the construction of these new units?
So we talked a lot about RFP yesterday and it could get a little confusing. So I think, Mr. Baker, you're asking about not a competitive RFP per the commission rules, but as Mr. Bush develops these company batteries, is he putting it out for developer or?
Well, is the company trying to get the best price for the construction of these units and for the benefit of everybody who's a ratepayer?
Absolutely. And I'll let Mr. Bush hit real quickly what he did yesterday on how they do that.
That's right. As we talked about yesterday, we do go out to the market to provide to get the lowest cost, best option for our customers. And we do request fixed pricing to do that. So again, to limit the risk to our customers and provide the best value, is the structure of the agreements that we put in place to ensure we can do that.
Also at page 7, line 23, the company is asking for any development costs not useful or transferable to other projects be deferred to a regulatory asset for recovery in the next base rate case in the event the request is denied. Is there any limit on the amount the company seeks to be deferred and recovered?
So again, those are the development costs. And so there's not a limit in terms of we're moving forward with the need to develop those resources so they can come online in time to serve the need. If the commission denied that request, then we're asking for recovery. So there's not a limit other than we're moving towards contracting and certification as soon as we can.
Okay. Looking back at past PSC precedent in regarding the Stewart County nuclear development request the company made to the commission, the commission set a limit on the company's recovery. The company had asked to recover $175 million in development costs, but the commission limited the recovery to $99 million. Is that something that the commission could do today to try to put a reasonable cap on development costs that are not useful or transferable to other projects?
So the commission can do as they need to, but on my prior question, let me reiterate, of course, the commission has ultimate authority on what costs we recover on that development. Stewart County is a different issue. That was a lot of site work for future nuclear sites. It wasn't a specific resource development. So this is different in that these development costs are for the actual physical resource. So yes, the commission could, but again, we've got to be able to continue to move forward with those to develop the resources to have them come online in time. But yes, at the end of the day, the cost recovery is the commission's authority.
I mean, it only occur in case of the fact that the application was denied and the costs are not transferable or useful somewhere else. That's the caveat there.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm not asking for any specific number. Referring to the 1,400 megawatts of combustion turbine generation that's being proposed, would you say the cost is going to be above or below $1.4 billion for that project? Not asking for specifics. Just want to know generally, is it going to be above or below $1.4 billion?
And when you say cost, which specific cost are you asking about?
The development, the construction cost for the construction of the 1,400 megawatts of new combustion turbine generation cited at Plant Yates, including whatever ancillary costs that have to go in. You had mentioned transmission upgrades that have to be made to be able to fully utilize the 1,400 megawatts once it's developed. But would you say that the overall cost is going to be above or below $1.4 billion?
So that value is trade secret. So I don't want to indicate what its relationship to your $1.4 billion is enough. I will say that the parties in this case that have discovery rights have that information, and so does the commission.
I don't want trade secret information. I'm not asking you to put a specific dollar amount. I'm just asking for a ballpark. Is it above or below $1.4 billion? That's not trade secret. That's just a general reference.
But it's not a general reference. It's general reference in relation to a specific amount. So it's trade secret information. If Mr. Baker wants that information, he can execute a confidentiality agreement and we'd gladly provide for him. Everyone else who has executed that agreement has been provided that information.
Let me turn now to page 8, line 6 of your pre-file testimony and ask you, will existing customers be allowed to participate in the new tariff-based demand response program?
Yes.
So long as they meet the criteria for the program.
That's correct.
Just like new. Okay. As long as everybody meets the criteria. Mr. Grubb, I hate to do this to you again, but, and we've been, I know
I'm here-
you've done,
I'm here
you've
for
done a
you,
great
Mr.
job, and and I've listened to you carefully, and whatever you said, you do excellent job. I understand you say that based on the company's estimates right now, that there will be downward pressure put on rates from the construction, from the cost associated with all these new projects for the battery storage, for the combined combustion turbines, and for the PPAs. Isn't that, and I hear you, that, you need to, and Mr. Valley has made a point that, you've got certain number of megawatts of expected projects that you are expecting will come online. Isn't there a certain amount you have to have, an X number that you have to meet in order for your prediction to come true that there will be downward pressure? And let me just give you a hypothetical. If your expectation is you're going to have 100 megawatts of new projects coming online that will offset all these costs, but in reality, only 50 megawatts come online, is that going to put downward pressure on rates?
Right. So we talked yesterday, we are highly confident in our statements because we have confidence in the costs, and we do, as we mentioned yesterday, the revenues that we've included in that analysis are at a lower load forecast than the load forecast we're using in this filing. We've thrown some, wouldn't say conservative, but we've looked at if half of the loads show up, you're still able to make that statement. And so that's part of it. The other thing is if the loads don't materialize, there are some things we can adjust on the plan. So for example, we've identified we need to get another 500 megawatts of batteries. If we don't need those 500 megawatts of batteries, then we don't procure those 500 megawatts of batteries. So we're highly confident in that because we have that 50% of that load forecast is in, or the P50 as we called it yesterday, a little bit lower load forecast. Those revenues overcome the revenue requirements of the projects. And again, at the end of the day, we feel highly confident that that load's going to be there.
And I would add, commissioners, that because of what we are seeing today in terms of the economic activity, the economic development activity, the pipeline, the size of the pipeline from the time that we developed this forecast that we have in front of you versus what we have today has grown 25%. So although the load can change, economic conditions can change and it can affect the forecast, it's unlikely because we're already seeing more in the pipeline from what we have included in this filing.
Yeah, and to that pipeline, Mr. Valley's point, the loads that we are asking for in this case are below half of that pipeline. So we're not asking for all of it. So there's a lot of potential for continued growth.
But it's still basically, in the end, there's no guarantee. Mr. Valley is doing his best to make the predictions on the P50 and P95 load forecast, correct? But he can't guarantee with 100% accuracy. That nobody can.
That's correct. However, everything we do, when you're talking 10, 15 years down the road of projections, and as we've said, we have a really good track record on the forecast. We have high confidence in the cost. So yeah, but you can't ever guarantee anything, but this is when you look at the amount of customers that want to come do business in the state of Georgia, the confidence level on that statement that the loads and the revenues will be greater than the cost of the resource plan is a high level of confidence.
But no guarantee.
I mean, there is no guarantee of anything, but highly, very, very high confidence.
Mr. Valley, you explained in detail how right now you've got, I believe you said yesterday, you've got 17,000 megawatts in requests for new capacity. Is that accurate?
That is the size of the pipeline. That is the size of the announcements in the pipeline.
And that is growing, as I just heard Mr. Grubb say.
Yes.
So would you say that this has never occurred in the history of Georgia Power, that this magnitude of potential growth has ever materialized in the history of the company? This is unheard of.
So again, we mentioned yesterday, it's not just Georgia. It's a national issue. There's several other states that are seeing the same thing, and it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to add customers and have a larger customer base over which to cover spread cost and lower rates for everybody.
I understand it's beyond Georgia, but this is the first time in Georgia history that this size, this magnitude, this increase has ever been realized. Is that accurate?
That is true.
That's true. Okay. Now, Mr. Valley, when you do your analysis, and you make your determination, do you look at factors regarding these applications for new load to determine just how serious these applications are? I mean, hypothetically, I could come to you and say, oh, I represent RSM data, and we need 200 megawatts of new generation in Conyers. And but wouldn't you need to know more to know if my request for 200 megawatts was a serious potential request that would actually materialize in 2 to 3 years down the road?
Absolutely, Mr. Baker. And it's a great question, commissioners, because it's something that in order to produce an accurate forecast, you have to entertain, right? And that is why in order for the company to include as a customer within the portfolio of large loads, it has to meet 3 conditions. First, you need to have identified sites. So it's not just the intention of coming to the state, it's also they have to do their homework to say, okay, we're going to be locating in this part of the state and have some certainty about the specific site. Second, they need to have engaged actively with our company regarding electric service. And that process serves to weed out what is being asked in this question is for us to assess how realistic, how possible this load is, right? And then they have to provide us with a ramp-up assumption, how much of the load is going to materialize over time. Only when those 3 conditions are met, we include that potential customer in the forecast with the appropriate likelihood to be served.
And so, commissioners, this isn't like an economic data series projection. These are tangible projects that we are in discussions with the customers. They're looking at siting, they're looking at land. I mean, they're people that are seriously considering coming to Georgia. That's all the type of data that's in the information Mr. Valley is talking about. It is tangible information and tangible projects.
Well, Mr. Valley, I mean, if for RSM data, would you ask me if I own or if the company owns property, actually has physical ownership of property to locate my potential data center on? Would that be something that you would be inquiring into, see just how serious an application is and go into a lot of details such as, do you have the financing for this project? Do you have the experience for this project? Are you just some guy standing at a podium coming up with a new company idea that has no background whatsoever? Would you go into those kind of details to determine the
Absolutely.
seriousness?
We have to, because in this hypothetical example, one of the questions that we have to ask and get a yes or no answer is the question of, has this customer selected the state of Georgia to do business, right? And in order to answer yes or no to that question, there had to be some tangible commitments. If there haven't been some tangible commitments, then the answer is no. They're still deciding between Georgia and other states. So we have to make sure that that we see commitments from the customers to make that determination. So yes, we get into and it's part of the intelligence that our company gathers, right? Is why this should give this commission confidence of what we have, because there's nothing better than customer information, right? This is, again, not something coming from a third-party consultant or from the news. This is like actual negotiations, actual intelligence that we gather. So we feel very comfortable, very confident about the forecast.
Would you say that when you're collecting that data and that kind of information on these potential customers, in your experience in dealing with these, I'm just going to talk about the data centers. Would you say that it's possible that some of these prospects are looking at Georgia mainly because of the energy capacity availability in comparison to other sites or other states?
I think it's a combination of factors, Commissioner. Yes, the availability of capacity is one of the factors. It's also pricing, right? Because we have competitive pricing. We also have the infrastructure, because we have to remember that, you can't just locate a data center anywhere in the country. You have to have the infrastructure to be able to provide the service for them. So Georgia meets and check the boxes in many levels for these customers. We also have a very good school system. We have professionals. So it's the confluence of factors that have made Georgia successful that makes these customers want to come to our state. Yes.
So Commissioner, I think they see it's challenged in several other states, right? So I think we've talked about why people like doing business in the state of Georgia, which is a lot of the reasons Mr. Valier just hit. But I think also with approval of this plan going forward, we can have even better conversations with those customers, right? Because they'll know that we have a plan in place to help meet these needs.
The main reason I asked the question, because I've personally heard a CEO of a neighboring state's electric utility, publicly say that they don't want data centers because they can't support them because they don't have the capacity.
Right. Right. And again, so we want to be able to offer the opportunity for any customer who wants to do business in the state of Georgia to do it. And so that's why we're looking at this load forecast as an appropriate level to capture those. And data centers are, when that load gets added to the system and the way we price it, it helps all customers' rates be lower because of those good industrial or commercial customers that come to the state.
Have we put forward a tariff on these data centers or a standardized pricing yet?
We haven't done that, Commissioner. We think the current tariffs and rates that we have give us the tools we need to ensure that they put downward pressure on rates and balance that with attracting beneficial load to the state. We have, as our cost increased overall, not specific to data centers, but we did evaluate what those costs were and factor that into the offers we were making to competitive load there going forward.
But the existing CNI tariffs don't account for a length of service contract. Are we putting a length of service contract on these data centers?
No, we do have contracts that contract them for a load ramp and the availability of the capacity, things like that.
But a length of time, like they're going to stay in business and use Georgia Power as their electric provider for 3, 4, 5, 10 years.
I don't believe we've done that. We have mitigated risk in requiring upfront payments for local and direct investment that serves just those customers, accelerating those payments and not having it factored into their ongoing rate, things like that.
Within your modeling, I know we've talked specifically about data centers and about new manufacturing growth, but within your modeling, are electric vehicles modeled as part of this need for capacity?
Yes, they are. They're not part of the external adjustment of large loads, but it's part of the external adjustment for electric vehicles that we've been continuing. We have done that in the past.
Has that adoption rate been lowered as we've watched EV sales decline over the last 8 to 9 months dramatically?
Yeah, actually, they have increased. I would say it's been an explosion, but they've been gradually, the adoption of electric vehicles have been increasing over time. The recent developments of production announcements being slowed down is probably going to be something that we are going to capture in the next business cycle. But so far, EVs continue to be strong. In this budget iteration, we included heavy duty applications. They're not going to materialize until like later in the 30s, probably into the 40s. But in our proactive view, we are looking ahead and we're trying to identify the consumptions from EVs. Yes.
But we've seen, I mean, I'm looking right now at the New York Times. Now, they don't always tell the truth, as we all know, but I think in this, there's some data here that EV sales have sharply declined.
Yep.
They're far from the projections that have been put out over the beginning of 2024 and then going back the last 2 quarters of 2023. Has Georgia Power adjusted their EV model within the methodology that you're using to be able to do these projections based upon that trend?
Absolutely. Yeah, good question, Commissioner. It's as of now, we haven't. But you know, we rely on the expertise from EPRI to give us those projections. Right now, the EV adoption represents about 6% of the total new vehicle registration in the state of Georgia. So it's not a very aggressive number. But absolutely, as those, you know, the trends that you're mentioning materialize, we would capture it in the next iteration for sure. It's not
But you didn't capture, they're not captured.
not captured on this one. So just to give you an idea of the size of what we're looking at, is the peak demand for electric vehicles in 2023 was about 20 megawatts. So in comparison with the thousands of megawatts that we're seeing from the large loads, it's a tiny amount. But that said, it is top priority. Even if it's small, it's a top priority and it's something that we've been tracking. So, but
Are you using EPRI's analysis on AI adoption as the formulaic data center increase that's being put into your model?
not at this point. So what we are doing with not just data centers and AI, but with the portfolio of large loads, we've been tracking the development of this portfolio. And one question that is yet to be determined is this going to be the beginning of a new era where we're going to see increases in load continuing at a 4 or 5%, you know, for the foreseeable future, or is it just a wave of projects that are coming to the state and then they're going to normalize to a lower level? That has to be determined. We've been looking at research and trying to inform ourselves for potential trends development, but at this point we haven't.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Hey, can I follow up on this question? I mean, my greatest concern is that your estimates are wrong, or some of these people don't come. We secure all this power and your revenue falls short, and we have to go to ratepayers and collect that. We just can't do that.
Absolutely.
I'm wanting some reassurance from you that, you know, that we're protected against that. Can you give me a strong assurance on
Yeah,
this?
let me give you let me do that from a forecasting perspective. Mr. Graf can complement it from a resource perspective. So if you look at the total size of the pipeline of projects, right, the 17,000 megawatt that was mentioned yesterday, what we are telling this commission is that less than half of that, about 46%, 7,000 megawatts, give and take, are going to come based on our estimation with a 95% confidence. Okay, so that's the load that we're aiming to have. That represents less than half of the pipeline. Okay, if you look at that, look at the adjustment that we have included in the forecast, half of that is already won. So half of that amount is already made out of projects that we have secure and Georgia Power is going to have to serve. And the other half is potential. So I think the load is real. I think the assurance comes from the fact that there is a momentum, right? There is an enormous amount of load that is coming. This has been, I hate to use the word unprecedented, but it is. And when we first include an external adjustment in budget 2023, that amount, by the time that we went into March, it doubled. Then from March into June, it doubled again. And so now we haven't done a new forecast, but the economic activity in the pipeline has grown 25%. So it's a tremendous momentum that we have. If any concerns, I would say maybe there's upside risk, upside potential for the load that we may have in front of you, maybe on the low side. Is to be determined. We would like to do something more scientific to give you that. But I think that should give you assurance for what we have. I know that the numbers that we have included in this request are big. And again, they're unprecedented, right? We haven't seen this activity of load. If you look at the wins that we have in 2022 and 2023, those represent 40 years of growth in just 2 years. That is just something that can put a lot of perspective of how fast and large this activity has been. But because it continues to grow, because it's we're giving you an estimate that is less than half of what the pipeline is out there, and because the pipeline is continuing to grow, it should provide this commission assurance. And you're not alone in this one. It's keeping me awake at night thinking about the possibility.
Yeah, I think Commissioner, a few other points. Mr. Valier threw out kind of the load forecast number. Around half of that we've already gotten awarded to be their electric provider. So it's a combination of what we've already won plus projections. And then on the resource, I'm sorry.
That 30, half of the 7, the 35,
Somewhere, yeah.
that's booked.
Somewhere in there, yeah, we've won 4,000 megawatts. So you've got to factor in how that ramps and grows in. But those 4,000 megawatts that we've won as electric provider doesn't drive this need by itself, but it's a big part of that load forecast that's in there. And then Commissioner Eccles on the resource side, the PPAs end at the end of 2028. If the load forecast adjustment comes in, we could sell that more than we've planned right now. If we don't get the growth, we still expect somewhere in the southeast we'll get it. And so we would look at selling that. That'd be the first thing we do. If we didn't need the additional battery energy storage systems for the 1,000, we could stop that. So there are some things we do on the cost side too. And then going beyond 28, your needs in the future get a little smaller, right? So there are some things we could do on that end if the load forecast doesn't materialize. Again, we're very confident in it, but wanted to give you that aspect of it too.
Thank you.
Could you not measure your forecasting in real time, like right now, as you forecast the load that an SK battery that you serve was going to take when you were looking at that project? And now in the last 6 to 8 months, there's been a considerable reduction of employees in that facility. And has the load changed from your projections, or
So that's
that's real time? That's not hypothetical or whatever.
It is part of the range of the possibilities that we have considered. It's a very good question because you're asking the right question. You're asking, like, what are the elements that could bring uncertainty to the decision that we have to make, right? And that one in particular, we have modeled what we call the load realization, the percentage of the load from the announcement to what we see at the meter as a range. And we have a range with certain likelihoods, and so it is part of it. And when you look at what the derated amount has been, it kind of fits in the range that we have. So it's very good for feedback and for validating some of our assumptions. But I would say it is part of what we consider.
Good questions. Getting back to the first line question Commissioner Pridemore brought to you. I think she emphasized in her question the reality that there's no guarantee in business, that while electric vehicles were the hot trend maybe a year or two ago, that trend has changed. And that's just business. There's no guarantee that tomorrow it's going to be the same. It change. Your challenges change every day. Is that accurate?
They do. I would say on the other end, if we don't add these resources, we know we're not going to be able to handle load growth.
I understand. Let me ask you a clarification. You said, Mr. Grubb, that you've won 4,000 megawatts of contracts. What does won mean? Does that mean somebody just signed a contract, or does it mean more than somebody just signed a commitment to select Georgia Power as their electric service provider under the Large Load or Territorial Act?
It's the latter. As we showed in the filing, we showed the history of customer choice wins that the company has had. So the highest we'd ever had in history was 300 megawatts in a year. And we had over 2,000 megawatts last year and this year. So they have signed for request for service. But again, when we do this, we work with them on the customer choice side. It's not somebody that just says, hey, I'm bringing a data center, I want to sign it up. We do capture some of that in the load forecast, but it is people who have invested in projects enough that they are to the point to select an electrical provider.
Let me just say that you have an assigned agreement with a large load customer. Does that signed agreement guarantee that 2 years down the road, you will actually be selling electricity to that customer?
Well, they are, and Mr. Evans can help me here, they are putting investments in place and paying us for facilities and looking at what it costs to interconnect to our system. So they do have, there's no guarantee, but we have a very good track record of customers that come into the state and select Georgia Power they develop.
That's right. And I mean, it ensures that Georgia Power will be their electric provider, right? So
Right.
they've selected Georgia Power. And as that gets closer to operational date, more investments are done, engineering schematics, methods of service, upfront payments, right? Things like that, that mitigate that risk along the way.
And does Georgia Power monitor that development process throughout the project's life?
We're critical as part of that development process, right? So understanding exactly what the method of service is going to be, what investments Georgia Power has to make to connect them, things like that, right? To ensure that we're can connect, that nothing has changed about the siting of the facility, about their method of service requirements. So all along that development process, we're integral in it.
A comment was made during this discussion that I don't know if I think you made it, Mr. Grubb, but you said there's 40 years of growth have occurred in 2 years. Isn't that a red flag just as from a business perspective that this is really unusual? This is really something we've never seen and probably never will see again.
Right, but it is backed up by tangible projects and people who are putting investments in place.
All right. Do you foresee this trend continuing, or is just this a wave that will come and go in a couple of years?
Well, I think it's important to realize, as we've said yesterday, that the pipeline is only tangible projects. So there is no projection beyond the projects that we are actively engaged with today. So there is no ongoing projection that it will continue beyond the projects we actually are monitoring and engaged with to develop offers and provide electric service to.
Turning to, I'll just reference you if you want to look at it. Page 20 of your pre-file testimony, line 18. When considering the primary drivers impacting the company's updated capacity needs, was any consideration given to deferring or delaying coal plant retirements to meet the urgent needs identified in the 2023 IRP load forecast?
Did you reference a specific line? I'm sorry.
Page 20,
Yes.
line 18.
Oh, just the category of updated capacity needs?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so no, because the coal units we have online are online through the end of 2028, which is the period of time that we're addressing in this case.
And so they're at their normal capacity factor at this time?
Okay. Yes, those plants are operating today and are scheduled to be here through at least 2028.
But if the need continues, say it's just more than a wave, that this growth trend continues, wouldn't that be something to consider to meet the needs, you have existing plant in place, operational, being paid for by customers, rather than going out and developing new plants that haven't been paid for?
Right. So the 2025 IRP is where we will address that with the commission.
What is the current status of Boeing units 1 and 2? Are they operational?
They are operational. Okay. There's nothing changed with them as the last IRP. No decision was made, so we'll study them in 25 like we do always, but they are operating.
Okay, so all the Boeing units are normal operation?
Yep, and the ELG controls are being constructed and put in place for that plant site.
Could the Wansley combustion turbine units 1 and 2 be able to be reactivated if needed?
Not in this time frame in this IRP update, no.
Could they be reactivated outside this time frame?
There are some challenges and risk to it. And we did look at that, commissioners. Some of the data requests showed that, but the timing for this update was not there. There's permitting timeframes you've got to do. You've got to figure out, the gas usage and those types of things. So we'll be looking at all options going forward. But it did not help meet the needs in this case.
And sorry, Mr. Grubb, circling back again to one of our favorite
No need to
topics.
apologize, Mr. Baker.
That's okay. Circling back to the 70% ownership guideline. And that arose from a 2001 decision by this commission. And then there's a PSC rule that's a very generic reference to ownership, but no specific limits or guidelines are put in the rule, correct?
That's right. The order that you mentioned in 01 was when the value was set.
Right. Would you say that there have been a lot of significant changes in the utility industry with Georgia Power and with the utility industry and with the state of Georgia since 2001 in the last 23 years that might give the commission a legitimate reason to at least consider whether 70% is an appropriate level?
As we talked about yesterday, the commission has that authority. The 2001 was around reliability. I think the driver was a lot of the things that were going on in California, which was a lot of reliability risk based on market activities. Reliability today is just as important as it was in 2001. And I would say that when you look at the industry now with a lot of technology advancements, more intermittent resources, more dynamic aspects on the transmission system, reliability is just as important as it is today. The drivers may be a little different, but there's been a lot of changes, but not all of those changes have made it less challenging from a reliability standpoint. I would say the opposite.
Well, would you agree that in 2001, the independent power production industry was in its infancy? I think you had referred to it was in the beginning stages of development.
From the gas aspects in the PPAs, I believe that's about that time. That's correct.
And would you say that the commission at that time was concerned about not allowing the utility to overcommit or to put some reasonable limits to see how independent power producers developed, to see how the PPAs work, to get some history to understand how this all functions and interrelates into the operation of Georgia Power?
Now, I can't speak to exactly what the commission's thoughts were in 2001, but that could be part of it. But again, there's still challenges on the system today. And we've talked about PPAs have performed well. We aren't anti-PPA at all. And we do RFPs and you've heard me yesterday, we've 27 of them, right? But ownership still is different when it comes down to reliability and ability to handle the flexibility needed on a dynamic system.
Excuse me, Mr. Baker.
Yes, ma'am.
So I understand that this panel is going to get questions about the use of a PPA. And these interveners are going to act like that a PPA is going to provide ratepayer protection. Well, at the end of the day, what a PPA is somebody else doing the generation and making money off of it. That's what it is. The company has a need to hold assets to prove financial viability long-term, which then produces and assists the ratepayer by overall lowering rates. You don't have to agree with me. That's just the fact. I mean, we all know it. And I think you all have heard from these commissioners that the biggest consideration is coming back and allowing the company to procure more resources now versus waiting for the standard IRP cycle. I understand you're reporting that there's unprecedented growth, unprecedented demand. I don't disagree with you. I hear you. All 5 of us are involved in economic development projects. So this is not new news to us. It's the breadth of it, and it's the extent by which the company is seeking to build out. Recognizing that this panel has said repeatedly that we don't think that there's going to be a rate increase or no rate increase, but, which was what you said to Ms. Cole yesterday with Georgia Watch. But the one thing that's stopping a rate increase and doing everything we can to stop a rate increase is this commission. What guarantees can this panel provide this commission that if the commission tells Georgia Power to procure the generation assets they seek in this docket, that there will be zero ratepayer impact, zero rate increase on it in the company's next rate case.
So in this filing for the loads that we expect, there will be downward pressure on rates.
What if your targets are off and the loads do not come in at the level by which your projections have put them at? What then?
We would reduce the cost on the resource side in an effort to match it as close as we could.
But
again,
what if you've front built and you've put the CTs in the system, which are more expensive right now than BESS is, and you've done that work and the company's already out the funds? What then?
So again, that we're talking about the entire pipeline and our confidence in those loads. That's what everything is based on.
But what if you're wrong?
Well, if we're wrong, that would not be beneficial for customers, but also if we don't move forward with this plan, we miss the opportunity to put downward pressure on rates.
But what
That
if
is one
you're
thing to think about.
wrong and you put upward pressure on rates by building for demand that doesn't come?
The risk to us is greater that we don't move forward and we miss the opportunity to put downward pressure on rates based on everything we're seeing.
That's the risk to Georgia Power, but we're here to assess the risk to the customer. And the risk to the customer is that cost.
I think the risk to the customer is the same as I said, and I wasn't talking about Georgia Power. The risk to the customers is that we don't move forward with this plan and we don't support new load growth and we don't put downward pressure on rates. And these loads give us an opportunity to help all customers.
I recognize, Mr. Grubb, that you say the phrase downward pressure on rates. We talk about it in the regulatory world repeatedly. Define what downward pressure on rates is. Is it a tariff for data centers that locks them into a long-term contract?
It is adding the load that we see coming down the road to make the customer base larger, spread all the system costs across, and help everyone's rates.
Bigger does not equate to cheaper.
It does if your revenues coming in are greater than the cost that you put in that equation.
That's a revenue that the revenue model takes in from that point. The amount of generation that is produced has a cost output that the company is going to have to spend to be able to serve that load or that proposed load. If that proposed load does not materialize, the company is out the money from what they've put forward. What happens then?
So all of that is at the commission's discretion on what to allow there. All right, but we are asking approval there. But again, we would do
Approval
what
of
we can.
what?
The cost that we're asking for here and certification costs going forward. So if the loads are not showing up, I mean, that's in y'all's discretion on the cost recovery side. But again, if we do nothing, then there's no downward pressure on rates from all these new load opportunities that we have.
And I recognize, Mr. Grubb, that your job in here is to talk to me as if the glass is half full. My job is to ask you about what would happen if the glass is half empty. And if the glass is half empty and the company has already expended the funds to put CTs into the system, which you said yesterday you think will probably be the last ones the company ever asked for. Those are there. You said that.
No, I said when I was asked the question on 45-year lives and how we thought Yates would go 45 years, I said it would be the last ones we would ever retire off the system if we built them. I didn't say they were the last ones we would build. That question, I think, was Ms. Coyle asking about the 45-year life, or I can't remember if it was Ms. Coyle. Somebody asked about the duration of the facility. And I made the point that you're going to have CTs, and if that's the newest CTs, then you would expect you would get rid of all the other CTs. I didn't say it was the last ones we'd ever build.
Okay, let me back up then. Let me make sure. So it is not your belief that these will be the last CTs that Georgia Power seeks to procure for generation.
So the expansion plans and everything we look at show gas units, whether they're CTs or CCs, being something in the next 10 to 15 years that we need.
Will Georgia Power come back to this commission and seek more gas units to fulfill demand in the future? Yes or no?
Yes, if those are the resources that we bid into the capacity RFPs and they're needed to support the reliability for customers.
Okay, so your comments yesterday were not that this is the end of gas procurement for generation for Georgia Power.
Right. Again,
Okay.
we've got to make those are decisions we got to make down the road. But when you look at expansion plans, gas is part of the future.
Okay. All right. So in this docket, the company seeks to be able to put the gas generation first because we need dispatchable energy. And so that's procured, but the load does not materialize. The company then comes back to the commission and says that the load hasn't materialized. And then what is the company seeking if the load does not materialize? Cost recovery on those units?
Right. Those units, though, will help beyond just this time frame. So we have capacity needs when PPAs roll off in the late 20s as well. So we've been focused on up through 28 here. But if we deploy those units, they help for multiple years down the road. We've got thousands and thousands of megawatts of need through the 2020s and the 2030s from PPA load growth, PPAs rolling out, the eventual retirement of coal units. Even though we may extend them, we got to make that decision. They are, at some point, you're going to have some more generation. So it does help from that standpoint.
But you recognize that the reason that the cycle that the company and the commission, or the state of Georgia uses with the company is there's an integrated resource plan and then there's a rate case.
Absolutely.
It's simple in the respect of we plan, we work through the planning, we pay for what we just initiated. We plan, we work through the planning, we pay for what we just initiated. That's a system and a cycle that has been since the legislature passed the IRP bill back decades ago. Why would there not be a rate case attached to this one?
Because again, a lot of the resources don't go into service. The new resources don't go into service in the term of the rate case right now. They don't go in service until after 25. So that's part of it. And again, this was not considered in the rate case, this amount of load growth and these resources. So we're deferring them to the next regulatory cycle on the rate case side, which is getting it back into that process that you mentioned.
But going back into the next rate case cycle, you're going to have additional resources that would get procured through this docket being put into that rate case plus an additional IRP.
So I don't know that the 25 IRP will have resources coming in that early. Usually the IRPs has
If
some
your load
impact.
projections and everything that Mr. Valier has been saying happens, why would you, how could you not?
Well, but it wouldn't be for resources through 28. It would be for resources beyond that. And so we would have to capture that in the IRP, but
It doesn't matter. You would still come in that rate case to be able to seek recovery because it's going to be in the 25 IRP plan.
and that is the cycle and it's worked well. But the rules and the exceptions are in there for not everything happens on 3-year cycles. So almost all of the resource certifications we've done have been outside of IRPs, RFP certifications, capacity renewables, all but one have been done outside of that 3-year cycle. So there's
But
several
those were
vehicles.
approved in an IRP, Mr. Grubb. That's where I can't.
Not all RFPs.
This is, I don't know why I can't get an answer out of you about this, when this is so simple. There's planning and rate case, planning and a rate case. What we're going to have in 25 is planning, rate case. 2 separate planning dockets where the company's going to seek in to procure resources and then we're going to have to pay for it.
So
Is that not the case?
So this is an IRP update for planning to handle the unprecedented change that we've seen, which is allowed by the rules and accommodated by the rules.
Mr. Grubb, I'm not saying it's not. What I'm saying is that when you have 2 separate planning dockets that have different generation that is put into those, and then you have a rate case on the backside, somebody's got to pay for it. And are you saying the shareholders are going to absorb the cost of this planning docket?
We
No,
don't have
we're-
input into that, Commissioner.
Well, we have the decision,
Right.
and the state of Georgia has the decision.
No, we'll
I would like to hear the company say that.
That's the guarantee that we have for them living up to what they said they're gonna do.
Which is why I'd like to hear the company say it.
And I missed a little bit
Because
of
if
what
there's
you're
no cost to this, then if there's absolutely definitively no cost to this docket, that changes the nature of the docket. If the company is saying that they've put forward a pricing model where the customers that are going to be served by the generation of this docket are going to absorb 100% of the cost of it, no matter what, That changes the whole tone and the necessity of the docket.
So I would come back to the deferral. And as we've talked about the deferral, the reason we're asking for deferring the cost in this case to the next rate case cycle is because the needs for that capacity are in that 26, 27, 28 timeframe. So that's why we deferred them. They weren't taken into account in the last rate case. So we are trying to put that back on the next regulatory cycle for when those resources are needed. In terms of was your question, are these incremental customers paying for these projects? Want to make sure I got the question right.
Is there any ratepayer impact at all in docket number 55378?
There
It's
is
going to cost customers a penny in docket 55378, what the companies filed.
There will be increased costs, but there will also be increased revenues that will put downward pressure on rates at the end of the day.
Will the ratepayer pay a penny more if for docket 55378? Increased cost and revenues is a wash. Will the ratepayer pay more for that? For this docket?
Do you mean our cost higher? Or do you mean are their bills higher?
Will the ratepayer pay a penny more than they pay today if docket number 55378 is passed by this commission?
We would expect
as
them
the
to,
company filed?
We would expect them to pay less. They will pay less.
They will pay less?
They will pay less.
Okay. Wow. Thank you.
Following up on that. You remember when Southern Company acquired AGL? You remember
Yes.
what happened to the 2016 rate case?
Yeah, I know we didn't have one. I wasn't personally involved in it much, but
You agreed not to file a rate case.
that's my understanding.
I would feel a whole lot better about this and give it my full support if I knew that you all would stipulate we're not going to file a rate case in 2025. I mean, that would show me that your leadership believes 100% in your estimates and your modeling.
Right.
And because we're coming off of a 3-tiered rate increase, a natural gas increase, a Vogel increase. And I mean, we just can't go back to ratepayers for anything, no matter how confident you are. And so by agreeing to by stipulating that you won't file a rate case, that gives at least me the assurance to know that, yeah, they really are confident that this is going to put downward pressure on rates. Is that something that you all have talked about?
So this filing will put downward pressure on rates. We're very confident in that. I personally can't make the decision about the rate case, right? Because there are other moving factors in it, but the resources in this plan and the loads that they will serve will put downward pressure on rates. And we feel highly confident in these loads and that statement.
And I'd like to see you all back that up, with a commitment, and I'm excited that our state's growing. I'm excited that you guys are, have the capability, to move forward. And we have put great confidence in you, in the past. But this is just very risky in my view, in going forward.
Yeah, and Commissioner, I think the flip side of that coin is I don't know what the other drivers of the rate case are going to look like, but you missed the opportunity to have this level of load growth that gives us the opportunity to put that downward pressure on rates. I know it's not easy. We know it's not easy.
But that would also put the pressure on your company that if things fall away and we have, some, unprecedented world event that happens, that it puts the pressure on your folks to sell that energy, to get those contracts, to be able to do that if you've agreed not to come back.
I can't make that decision. Yeah. I think you know that. But.
Yeah.
It does not necessarily mean when a rate case is filed that it is for a rate increase.
That's
it
correct.
Could be for a rate decrease.
That's
it could be a rate decrease by this commission having the authority to measure what you're asking for today in 25. And at that time, it could be adjusted in a band. It can be adjusted in a ROE. there are several mechanisms that this commission can have the wherewith and the tools to make those adjustments.
That's correct.
And no, I won't do that.
No pressure, Mr. Grubb.
Hey, that's why we're here.
A couple points. We're going to get completely off the track of what we've been discussing. Has the company considered as an option to address this increased capacity demand, a reduction in the reserve margin? I know it was brought up in the last IRP by the staff. Would that be something the the company would consider at this time?
No, we have not. And so commissioners, we've actually seen the 26% reserve margin serve us very well today and yesterday and last year in Winter Storm Elliott. And we are redoing the reserve margin study to file in the 25 IRP just like we always do. And we'll capture the lessons learned from Winter Storm Elliott. We've actually also seen surrounding entities move to seasonal planning and move to higher winter reserve margins too. So the trend has, I've got a list. It may take me a second to find them, but I know, I think Duke's moved it up. TVA's moved it up. I've got it somewhere here, Commissioner. Just one second. Yeah, so Duke, TVA have increased theirs, Santee Cooper, MISO, and Duke's at 20, and Duke, Florida, and FPL's at 20. So you see, we're still at 26, but you see a lot of people have moved to the 20s that used to be in the teens. And I believe Oglethorpe and their member entities have increased theirs as well. And so again, 26% reserve margin has been absolutely critical to us getting through the cold weather today and last year. So we did not consider it. That's a 2025 IRP item that we always update.
Well, while we're talking about other utilities, though, what about the 70% ownership rule? Is that pretty common in the industry, or is that all over the map?
I don't know. You've got different market structures. It's not the same as ours in terms of RTOs. Some groups don't own generation, so I don't know the surrounding entities. We could reach out to some other companies and see if they've got anything like that. I do believe there are some others that have a percentage of ownership, even on the renewable side, or moving if they're doing something for a state plan. I think in the Carolinas, maybe they get to own, but we'd have to check into that for you, Commissioner.
Mr. Grubb, one more thing. 1991, Commissioner Pridemore referenced the IRP legislation. 3 years before he took this seat, right, as a commissioner. The reason one of those share units, right, went to Florida for its life, it's because this commission denied recovery. Is that right?
That's I wasn't working with the company then, but I do remember that being the case. That's correct.
Because of Vogtle 1 and 2, because of the Scherer debacle, the 1991 IRP paradigm shift came into existence.
That's right.
Guaranteeing the company recovery for prudently incurred expenses if this commission certifies it.
That's correct.
So our duty is to certify this and put our stamp on this. And
yes, sir.
You bring us the plan, we certify it if we believe that it's in the best interest. So we're playing the roles that we have, and that's why this is
yes, sir.
So important that we get this right. I respect your forecasting, but it's not perfect, and we want to get this right. I know that negotiations can be made on this in the future, with our staff, like I mentioned a while ago, but we must get this right.
I agree with you 100% on the roles, and that is what we're looking to do, is get it right. Absolutely.
Another question. Has the company considered, I think, Mr. Evans, you made a general reference yesterday that the company was able to get the benefit of 500 megawatts of demand response from some of the programs the company had. Am I correctly stating, or you're?
I think Mr. Grubb referenced that for Winter Storm Elliott.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Grubb, I'll go back to you again. Because of the fact the company's gotten demand response, materialized into 500 megawatts based on what you said.
Right.
Something to consider. Would the company consider increasing the demand response, increase demand response by allowing existing customers on RTP to increase the amount of their RTP load?
So I'll let Mr. Evans help me there a little bit. I mean, there's a lot of parts to the RTP tariff that I'm not 100% familiar with. We do forecast RTP price response though, but the level that's set as firm load versus RTP goes back to the initial contract with that customer and cost recovery. If I'm thinking about that correct.
Yeah, and I think it's important, you referenced it earlier, that the company has put forward several new programs, both through the DER program and the curtailable load program, that will increase, we believe, the amount of demand response or demand or these customer cited programs that can provide benefit to the resource plan. Through the curtailable load rider, we believe that that's going to provide much firmer response from demand response for C&I customers. And through the DER program, while it is going to be certified as a supply side program and supply side resources, those customer sided programs allow customers with resiliency needs and resiliency backup generation to provide that capacity value, make it available to the company, and provide benefits on the resource ledger. So I think we've expanded our options there and really looked at a lot of different ways that customers can provide resource value.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time today. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Thank you.
Panel, you guys need a break or you good to move on?
I think we're good. I don't even know what time it is, so I don't bring a watch up here, but I'm good.
All right. Sierra Club.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, panel. My name is Isabella Ariza. I represent the Sierra Club in this proceeding.
How do you say your last name again?
Ariza.
Ariza. Okay, just want to make
Good
sure if
morning.
I need to use it.
Good morning. Other parties have asked many of my questions, so all I'm left with is a bunch of follow-ups.
Okay.
Regarding the RFP on page 29 of your testimony, lines 18 through 20, you state that Georgia Power must develop new resources in addition to procuring resources through the typical RFP process, correct?
Yeah, let me make sure I'm looking at the question up front real quick. Sorry. You said 18?
Yes. No, page 29,
Yeah,
lines 18.
line 18, I'm sorry. Yes, must develop new resources in accordance. That's correct.
Isn't it true that if you over procure fossil resources now, there's a risk that the outsource RFP approved in the 2022 IRP will become obsolete?
No, when you look at the amount of needs we have in 29, 30, and 31, there's thousands and thousands of megawatts of need. So no, that RFP will have to go forward
Regardless. Okay. And now regarding the CTs, yesterday in your summary, you stated that you'll request a certificate of public convenience and necessity for resources like the 8 CTs. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
Will that request be part of this IRP or will it be in a different proceeding after?
It will be really soon. We filed the contract Friday, and so we're putting that certification together now.
Okay, thank you. And I believe you told Ms. Whitfield yesterday and Mr. Baker just now that if you build all the resources you've requested, but only some of the demand materializes, then revenue will still outpace the revenue requirement, correct?
Yeah, what I was comparing there was the amount of revenues is based on a lower load forecast than the one we're asking for in the IRP.
But it's true that you'd expect that downward pressure on rates to be greater if you don't significantly overbuild, correct?
So I wouldn't say we're overbuilding, but if you reduce the resources, and yes, that helps on the cost side, but you can't support the load level. And so when we price these offers to customers, we're making sure that we're recovering all their costs. And so you miss that opportunity to put further downward pressure on rates.
Okay. You've stated in Discovery that you'll run the CTs on oil during peak winter periods, correct?
That's right. We expect to on peak period like today, but has the ability to burn natural gas in many other hours.
Are winter peak periods when you plan to run these units the most?
So they're not expected to have super high capacity factors because of the natures of CTs. That is when they will most be needed. And so these are the most efficient CTs that we would have on the system. And so they'd be the first ones to dispatch. They're the most efficient ones. They're going to be well-controlled machines. But yeah, we would, on days like today, when we're in the peak, we would expect to be running them.
They'll run before other Yates CTs?
So there aren't any other Yates CTs at Yates. What I was
Okay.
mentioning yesterday was there's some steam conversion units at Yates that have a higher heat rate than these CTs will. So all else equal, if you only need a certain set of units, you would run the CTs versus the Yates CTs.
So you could presumably use the firm transportation that you have for the other
Steam
units
units.
at CTs, yeah.
Yes.
Not CTs, the other
Yes.
units at Yates to power the CTs.
And we could also have release gas from other areas on the system too.
Okay, thank you. And you said they'll have a low capacity factor. Is it a 25% capacity factor? I think I read that.
I think that was in our expansion plan. We limit CTs to 25%. I can't remember what the air permit we'll look at, but yeah, most of our CTs don't run in the double digits. These may run a little more because they will be the most efficient ones and they can replace generation from like Yates 6 and 7, but you're not talking anything in the 70s and 80s. You're talking something in the teens or lower.
Okay, and I think I'd like to ask you about that capacity factor because it'll impact whether you're complying with Section 111 rules. So you might recall that in your response to PIA 7-5, you stated that the CTs would be expected to comply with Section 111 rules and that Georgia Power doesn't anticipate any changes impacting the decision to request these resources. Do you recall that?
Yeah, do you have a copy of the DR? I don't have them with me, so.
Yes.
There's been a lot of them, so. Thank you.
I'm not marking this. It's, can I have? So do you see the paragraph that starts for the proposed combustion turbines at Plant Yates, Georgia Power expects to comply with the 111 rule and does not anticipate any changes impacting?
Yes, that is correct.
However, isn't it true that EPA's Section 111 rules, if they do go final, the new CTs would have to either reduce the capacity factor to less than 20% or co-fire with hydrogen?
And it's the 20% capacity factor that we feel is the way we would comply with
That's
that.
how you would comply,
Right.
reducing it to less than
Right.
20%. Are you taking any specific measures to pursue either of, or to pursue that path? Have you quantified how much less you'd have to run it, whether it's still economic to build them if you need to reduce?
We haven't modeled anything on 111. I'd have to look at our economic analysis on what it ran, but I do not believe it would run more than 20% in our models. It's not even, I think it's less than 20%.
But you were planning to operate these brand new CTs at a 25% capacity factor.
No, what I mentioned, the 25% capacity factors, we limit our expansion plan modeling to a CT to that nature, just in case the model tries to run it more than that, because we know we wouldn't. So I didn't say we would expect Yates to all be at 25%. We think it would be lower than that.
Okay. If and when the Section 111 rules become final, they won't just impact Yates, they'll also impact existing coal units, correct?
That's correct. I believe this summer should be the rule. I think it impacts new units, whatever's filed this summer, but then the state plans have to be developed and then follow the whatever legal course they may be, but yes.
How do you plan to comply with Section 111 at each of your remaining coal units?
So commissioners, because that rule has not been finalized, a state plan has not been developed, and we don't know what kind of legal challenges would result in what the final rule will be. We haven't put together plans on how to comply with 111. In the 25 IRP update, based on whatever that final rule is this summer, we would address it in the 25 IRP.
Are you aware that for coal units that you plan to retire before 2035, you'll need to operate them at a 20% or less capacity factor and not exceed current emissions?
As in the proposed rule.
In the proposed rule?
Something to check, but I remember something along those lines, yes.
Okay. On page 10, lines 7 through 9 of your direct, you state that the resources you're planning to procure contribute to the continued transition of your generation fleet to cleaner resources, correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that to properly provide that foundation and that transition to cleaner resources, you need to start committing now and not in the 2025 IRP to retire your remaining coal units?
Now, what we're talking about here, commissioners, is the way we've transitioned the fleet has been working with this commission and making sure that we do it in a reliable and economic way to move forward with that. And working with this commission, we've achieved over 60% carbon emission reduction since 2007. And so when we talk about this plan, we look at the fact that the PPAs are done by the end of 2028. Battery energy storage systems are a big part of the fleet transition, and then CTs are as well. So when we look at our expansion plans that handle a range of carbon pressures, it does select CTs and CCs as part of the future fleet. So this plan, the resources we're asking for here, are supportive of that.
How about coal retirements?
So those will be addressed in the 2025 IRP.
So it's your testimony that proposing coal retirements in the 2025 RRP will still give you enough time to procure replacement resources you'll need.
So the Sharer and Gaston have been approved to be decertified in the 28. If we need to change that, then that will be brought forth to the commission in the 2025 IRP. So we haven't planned for those coal. They don't show extensions in our needs. And so it's going to depend on what comes out of the 2025 IRP, what we would need to do there. But we will work with the commission on that.
Thank you. On page 27, lines 24 through 26 of your direct, you talk about the 1,000 megawatts of battery storage that you plan to own and operate.
Yes, that's great.
First, I've heard you say that if load doesn't materialize, you can choose to not build as many battery megawatts, or you can choose to resell capacity attached to the PPAs. But I haven't heard you say that you could choose not to build 3, but 2 CTs, for example. Isn't it true that that is a possibility as well?
It is, except that we see the need for CTs because, again, the expansion plans support that, and you need dispatchable resources as part of the mix going forward. And so CTs are complementary to solar and storage. They provide capacity when it's most needed. And because we've identified those CTs, the reason we've mentioned batteries is we haven't specifically identified the additional batteries yet. So we would continue to move forward with the Robbins and Moody's and the CTs.
That was going to be my next question. Is Georgia Power willing to commit to building the full 1,000 megawatts of battery storage?
That is the plan right now. To our prior discussions with the commission, if we don't need them, we would not.
Okay. I have some questions on the flex capacity framework.
Okay.
On page 50, lines 19 to 21, you describe it as a framework to acquire additional capacity ahead of the 25 IRP if an updated load forecast projects additional needs, correct?
That's right.
And you also state that you would request commission approval before procuring additional capacity, correct?
Yes.
Do you expect parties to be able to intervene in that flex capacity approval process as they do in a regular IRP?
Yeah, if we bring things to the commission for certification, parties partake in that just like we are here today.
Okay, thank you. What types of assets are you thinking about acquiring to fill this emergent need under the flex capacity framework, like a PPA, for example?
So it would most likely be energy storage systems because we could build those a little quicker. It could be an existing PPA or it could be a PPA if we had an existing resource that we could contract with. We're not aware of any, but if someone had one that we weren't aware of, we could approach them, but it would most likely still need to be something you could deploy quickly. So it would be battery energy storage systems at a location similar to Robinson Moody's where you don't have to build transmission for delivery.
Okay. And something like the Southern Company asset, could you be able to acquire that through the flex capacity framework or have those negotiations failed permanently?
There are no ongoing negotiations on that.
To be clear, you need to file your 2025 IRP by January 31st, 2025. Is that right?
We're required to file it by January 31st of 2025.
And the flex capacity framework would allow you to seek approval for the time between this IRP that ends in April and January.
Yeah, if as Mr. Vallier's talked about, you've got a lot of economic potential in the pipeline. If we were to win some jobs that were really large that drove that need up, that's correct.
How far in advance do big industrial customers usually approach you to let you know that they will need to connect to the grid?
So it depends on the ramp up. So the timing for when the load is going to be served, it depends on the ramping assumptions for each customer. So it could be a couple of years, it could be 5, it could be 10. It really depends on each customer.
Probably not less than 2 years. Is that right?
I would say yes.
Okay. And for example, when were you first approached by a data center to get them online?
When were we first
By
any data center?
In 2022 onward.
So the first data center that approached us, the larger one, right? Because we currently serve about 62 smaller data centers, but the large hyperscalers, the first one was after the 22 RP load forecast was finished, was about December of 2022.
Okay.
2021.
2021.
21, I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you. I have some questions on the Mississippi Power PPA.
Okay.
On page 32 of your testimony, you link to the Mississippi Power ordering docket number 2018 AD 145, and it's come up several times already in this hearing.
Yes.
In that order, the Mississippi Public Service Commission instructed Mississippi Power to retire their Daniel coal plant by the end of 2027, unless the company provided detailed evidence explaining why the continued operation is in the best interest of its customers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware whether Mississippi Power has in fact demonstrated to the Mississippi Public Service Commission that continued operation of Plant Daniel is in the best interest of its customers?
I don't know the specifics on Mississippi's communications with their commission. The PPA is not tied to any specific unit, and so it's up to Mississippi there, but I would think they would have at least given them a heads up on the PPA, but I don't know the specific details of the conversations.
Are you aware that the Mississippi Public Service Commission found that Plant Daniel would be expected to impose net costs on Mississippi Power customers?
I'll take you at your word. I haven't been involved in that at Mississippi.
So Georgia Power is not taking any of that risk?
And that risk being the cost risk?
Yes.
No, so what we've got is a PPA from the Mississippi system with contracted prices at market prices, and it's not tied to any specific unit.
Does the PPA cost reflect environmental upgrades that could be needed to retrofit Plant Daniel?
So again, that PPA pricing was set on expected market pricing for that type of a sale. I don't know how Mississippi does their cost recovery, but it's not unit specific in the contract.
Did Georgia Power evaluate purchasing power from Mississippi Power other than capacity associated with Plant Daniel?
So you asked the question again?
Did you consider purchasing power from Mississippi that was separate from the Daniel coal plant? Did you consider telling them, please give me power from these resources, but not this one?
No, we did not. I mean, again, we're the contract was to make sure that that 750 megawatts remained in the Southern Company pool. And so we aren't driving Mississippi to make any specific decision or what they want to put in there. It's a system sale. So it's really the same system like we've talked about in reserve sharing, just trying to make sure we've got those resources in the pool for those 5 years.
And to confirm, all of those 750 megawatts are coming from fossil fuels. None of it is from clean resources, right?
I can't recall what Mississippi's total fleet mix is, because again, it's just from their fleet. They do have some solar, but I'm not sure what their percentage is.
So, but it could be solar?
Well, we're just getting pool dispatched energy from the system and 750 megawatts to make sure that there's 750 megawatts in the pool.
And you said before that you don't know what the total Mississippi Power pool is.
I have a general representation,
Okay.
but I don't have a exact.
But maybe
recollection.
the general knowledge that you have will be enough to answer this. But if the Mississippi Public Service Commission ultimately orders Mississippi Power to retire Plant Daniel early, will you need to line up other alternatives, or will
It
Mississippi
depends
Power?
on how Mississippi treats the PPA. And so if they can back up the 750 megawatts, then nothing would need to change.
Okay. And some final questions. You didn't file an environmental compliance strategy as part of this IRP, correct?
That's correct, but we file one every year with the commission.
So is the prior environmental compliance strategy still good? Is that the one that we should reference?
Yeah, we usually file it early in the calendar year. I'm a little rusty on which date, but we usually file it in, I think, January or February with the commission.
Okay. Are you aware that on March 2023, EPA published a revision to the ELG rule that would require enhanced wastewater treatment beyond what you're currently planning to install at your coal plants?
Yes, relatively familiar with it, yes.
Okay. Have you quantified how much it'll cost Georgia Power to install those additional controls?
We have not. The rule's not final yet. And again, that would be something that would be addressed in the 2025 IRP on those units.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Reza.
Thank you. Mr. Grubb, on that Mississippi PPA, will they pay liquidated damages if they don't produce the 750?
I'd have to go back and look, Commissioner, on that. Again, it's really just the Southern Operating Pool, so they have every incentive to have those resources available online. I can't remember if there are damages or not. I would have to go back and look.
Mr. Jacobs, do you have any indication or idea on how long your cross might take? I'm just trying to plan for lunch. Let's go ahead and do it. Come on up.
Good morning still. Brian Jacob with Southern Alliance for Clean Energy. And while this one's still fresh in my mind from that conversation you just had with Ms. Ariza, when we're talking about the Mississippi Power PPA, and it's a capacity PPA, not an energy PPA. But will we always be getting megawatt hours off of it as well? Or do you only get megawatts when we need them?
No, you get megawatt hours as well, but it really is just serving the pool, right? So those units are going to be dispatched in the Southern Company pool just like they are today, and as part of the pool. And so that energy payment is just going to be handled through the pool because it's just energy, and it's just the pool transactions, and there's no unit specific. So it's not a fuel price off a specific unit. It's basically the pool rate, and then the megawatts are serving Georgia Power.
So is that how you were saying that there was the possibility that it could be served by solar, like during a afternoon, whereas what's really driving the need for that is these winter mornings when even if they have solar in Mississippi Power portfolio, it wouldn't be generating on those winter mornings.
We're just getting energy and capacity from the pool. And so we have the PPA. So again, when we look at that, those resources were going to leave the pool either through retirement or to be sold elsewhere. we needed those megawatts to stay in the pool. And so we got a PPA. So those megawatts are what we're going to pay for. And it's from their system. So it's just dispatch price is what we'll get. They'll just help serve the load of the whole pool.
All right. Let's see. I also was a little confused yesterday from your conversation with Mr. Carver. So I want to actually start there. As a result of the 2019 IRP, so going way back, you issued what was called the 2023-2024 utility scale renewable RFP for 1,030 megawatts, right?
Subject to change, but yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. Were any contracts executed through that RFP process?
So from the first part of 2019 IRP, my recollection is yes, they were.
Of the 1,030?
Yeah, you're talking about 19?
Well, no, this was the 2023-2024 RFP that came out of the 2019 IRP.
Yeah, I believe we did fill that one. Subject check. I mean, we've got the two from the, I'm having to back up.
My understanding was you did the 970 megawatt
Right.
first,
That's the first one.
and then the excess from that got carried over and you issued an RFP for 1,030.
Well, and it's carried over into the ones we're doing now.
Yeah, and you brought that up yesterday too. But so it got carried forward into the CARES RFP.
Correct.
Why'd you have to carry it forward if there were contracts from it? Let me start there.
We did two RFPs
Right.
coming out of 2019. So the second one is the one that didn't have any contracts come out of it.
Good.
And
That's the
what
one
we've
I was
deferred.
asking about.
And that's what we've deferred because again, you've got to go through the RFP process. And so we rolled it into the CARES subscription, which is adding to what we got approved in the 22 RFP. And we've done that traditionally with DG and some of the others.
But the CARES RFP has different timeframes on it than the original 2023-24.
That's correct. And because those resources weren't able to be contracted, you've got to, you roll it out because you've just lost 2 years. So you've got to go back through the RFP process. So physically bringing them online for those CADs wasn't achievable. So we just rolled it over to the next one.
So reflecting back on the bids though, were any of those bids capable of being online by the winter of 2025-26?
You're talking about the second RFP in which we didn't do contracts? Well, I believe they were not contracted because of the requirements in the RFP. So it doesn't matter if they couldn't meet the requirements of the RFP.
I know that's why they didn't get contracted, but Mr. Bush said yesterday that you circled back to existing solar sites to gauge their potential to host battery storage. Did you circle back with any of those bidders who could have been online by November of 2024, which was the requirement of that RFP, in order to see if they could contribute to this new unanticipated load?
No, we're reaching out to people who have existing solar facilities now. So those were not contracted, weren't built, aren't online, so we did not approach them.
If they had the potential to be online by the winter of 25-26, why would you not circle back and put those into the potential mix for this IRP?
Because we're focused on ones that already have points of interconnection that are on the system that we can use to put the storage on. So we need physically built interconnections is what we're targeting right now as the priority.
All right, let's see, moving on. I've a lot of questions have been asked and answered, so I'm trying to slim mine down. Several times you've said that 17,000 megawatts of large load, that there's 17,000 megawatts of large load in the pipeline and it's increasing. What is the time horizon on that? Is that all by 2028?
No, that load materializes over time. It's, I would say it materializes into the mid-30s.
Okay, so not all of that is driving this immediate need that you're asking for in this update.
Yeah, no, so we've been clear. I hope we've been clear that we're not asking for all 17,000 megawatts. And so the ones we're projecting are the ones that are closer to being able to come online and that load that we see by the end of 28.
Okay, well, so my understanding of your probability discussion yesterday and even today was that that you've used a probability analysis against that 17,000 megawatts to decide what to ask for. Now I'm hearing you say that it's more time sensitive. You're asking for a portion of the 17,000 that represents the need between now and 2028. And you could potentially ask for the rest of the 17,000 later.
No, so the load forecast is not 17,000. So Mr. Valier can jump in here. What I was saying, we did that analysis on the forecast, which mentioned this morning is around the 7,000 megawatts. Those details are what we put into our planning, and that's what's driving the capacity need. So it's not, it's, if something's in the 30s and we have ramp rates, it's not like everything hits immediately. So it's a combination of all those different factors.
Exactly.
How many megawatts of large load demand is in the pipeline between now and 2028?
Well, I don't know that. I don't know that.
Don't know if I have that in front of me, but it ramps up into it, so.
Okay, it seems like to me that's the kind of North Star we ought to be talking about rather than 17,000, which is kind of misleading if it's, because we can take that up in the 2025 IRP. We don't have to deal with the rest of it now. There's an immediate need now.
Well, but I think it's important to know the size of the portfolio of loads that we have, right? So that's what we're planning for. How it materializes over time, how that matches within the existing resources and the new resources, that is also part of the consideration and part of the planning process. So first, identify the load. Second, the load and the timing, and then second, to plan for the resources to serve that load.
Okay. You list a number of the different business categories on page 14 of your pre-file testimony. Warehouse, battery manufacturing, cryptocurrency, data centers, chemical processing,
Sorry, can you please point me to the lines?
Line.
Yeah, it was lines 9 through 11 is where you list the categories.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify that yesterday you answered a question from Chairman Shaw, actually both you, Mr. Grubb, and Mr. Valle, about data centers. And Mr. Grubb, I think you said it's greater than 50%. And then Mr. Valle, I think you indicated that it's 80%, which can be consistent with one another, right? It's more than 50.
I didn't know the details, so that's why
Yeah.
I said it was greater than 50, which was right. It was 80.
So data centers represent 80%.
A large portion, yeah. Close is a little smaller than 80, but about.
How much do the other categories represent?
The
Of
other,
these,
Well, individually. Like, what's the next highest contributor on that list?
I would say battery manufacturing
the industrial.
and the industrial category.
Okay. You separate out data centers that are used for cryptocurrency mining, but did I hear you say that you do not separate out those that are used for artificial intelligence?
No, so all of the data centers fall into one single category, and we treat them all the same from a load forecasting perspective.
But you don't consider cryptocurrency mining to be a data center?
They are types of data center,
Okay.
and they behave just like other data centers in the sense that they use energy 24/7, and the purpose of the operations is different, right? But essentially they are data centers.
Well, since you listed it separately in that question, that's why I was asking. You list cryptocurrency, comma, data center, comma, chemical processing.
Yeah, it's important to give some distinction to it to provide some background to the description of the portfolio of large loads. But in itself, it doesn't have an impact on the load.
So when you said that data centers represent 80%, is that inclusive of cryptocurrency or exclusive?
Yes, inclusive.
Inclusive, okay.
We just know there's a lot of questions around those, and so we wanted to note that there are some in the data centers, but it's not the majority.
Understood.
It's very few.
So let's see, I want to reiterate, Commissioner Pridemore made a hearing request about that yesterday, about how much cryptocurrency contributes. I'd like to reiterate that SACE would like to see that too when you file that.
Okay.
Cryptocurrency miners have helped Texas grid maintain reliability during recent winter storms. They've been able to go offline when absolutely necessary. And you've got the curtailable load program that you've proposed in this IRP update, but it's optional. So what makes you think that enough of them will participate voluntarily to make a difference?
Well, a couple of things there. One, a portion of the customer's load will be served through marginal pricing and RTP, in which price signals are sent to the customers like we did today during reliability concerns. which they are sent a very strong signal to curtail their load based on that price signal. For the embedded portion of their load that's served on a standard rate, that portion can be served through a curtailable load, and customers with flexible operations will receive a strong incentive there through that program to further curb their load to the extent that it's flexible and they can.
Separately in your testimony, it's page 18, line 27, if you want to look it up. You say that the company develops a probability analysis for each point of uncertainty in the model. So where are those individual probabilities disclosed?
Where in the filing?
Yeah, were they in the filing, or are they in a data request, or have they not even been disclosed at all?
They're listed in the technical appendix.
In the technical appendix.
For the load forecast, yes.
All right.
Trade secret.
So
It's trade
They're trade
secret.
secret, but they're in the technical appendix with the original filing.
is the cryptocurrency miners' participation in the curtailable load program one of those points of uncertainty?
No.
Right, and again, that's an optional program, right? So as customers enroll in that capacity value will be reflected on the resource ledger, but we can't project what that participation will be right now.
You do probabilities on lots of other things that are uncertain. Why could you not run probabilities on the adoption rate of that program?
Because that one doesn't impact the load that we need to serve.
It also hasn't been approved, so it's not an actual program we can offer customers right now.
I'm struggling with that last answer, Mr. Valle. So because it doesn't impact the load that you have to serve, it seems like it is intended to do that.
No, because so there are certain elements of uncertainty that we have captured into our evaluation, right? And so the fact that you have different operations, the fact that there may be some future customer behaviors, that is yet to be determined, right? But with the information that we have today available, we have incorporated the elements that are reasonable to do so.
And I think to add on to that, if once the curtailable load program is approved and we work with customers on developing what rates they'll take service under and things like that, to the extent they have load flexibility and would like to enroll in a program which they're eligible, we'll reflect that and then model it in both the resource plan and our loads that we would need to going forward. So to the extent customers are going to enroll and participate in these programs, we're going to reflect that.
And every crypto miner that I've met with and talked to, they like the interruptible rate. I haven't, in fact, I haven't met a single one that said, no, we need it 24/7, just like a regular data center. Has your experience been different?
Not necessarily. And I think we should see some response to RTP from those customers like that have that highly flexible operations, right?
And we would model it and include it as a demand response asset. So it's not a load reduction in terms of the load forecast for the crypto mining, but we would use it in the demand response to lower the need of that load. It's serving part of that load in our plans.
That's right. Unlike things like energy efficiency, where it's a change and a reduction to the load forecast itself, Mr. Valle will show the actual load, but to the extent they enroll in a demand response program like the curtailable load program, that will actually be reflected on the resource side of the ledger, not as a reduction to load, but actually as a resource to meet the load because it is dispatchable.
How many megawatts of resource did you consider on that side of the ledger in this request that you're putting forward to the commission right now?
We have, I don't have.
You talking about
The curtailable load. How much is it going to serve?
We haven't done that yet because we don't know which customers are going to sign up to it and if it's going to be approved.
So if it's approved and if it's wildly successful, will it reduce the amount of generation resource that you're asking the commission to approve?
It would help meet those needs that we've talked about in 28. And so it would help meet the needs and we would adjust the plan once we knew it, but we don't know it yet. So we can't pause the resources we need to develop here. So it's something that comes in and helps with that, but we can't plan on it right now and not move forward with the other resources because then we wouldn't be able to serve load. So we will adjust the plans as those programs are certified and subscribed to.
All right. On page 20, you express that there's a limited amount of electric generation capacity available in the wholesale market. And then you say something similar on page 22, that existing market resources are not sufficient to address the capacity need identified in the 2023 IRP update.
That's correct.
But Georgia doesn't participate in an organized market like a regional transmission organization, right?
No, we do not. We don't have an RTO here, but what we're pointing to is that there are no, to be able to meet these timeframes, facilities have to be existing if they're not company owned from a timing standpoint.
Would participation in a robust, organized wholesale market increase the likelihood of having more resources available like this in the future?
No, because I don't know that people are just going to speculatively build generation to sit there in hopes. Mostly people either have something that was responsive to a prior RFP that has come out of under contract, or they're building it for a future RFP. So I don't know that a change in that would result in resources being on the ground able for us to go get them.
Also on page 20, you say that any new build resources selected through such an RFP would need to be constructed within 1 year to meet the capacity needs. How long does it take to install a reciprocating engine?
Can you point us to a line number?
20 to 22 on
What
page
page?
20. Page
Page
20, line 20 to 22.
Thank you.
It's the 1 year time frame that you assigned. So
Yes, so line 21. Right.
So how long does it take to install a reciprocating engine?
It does sound like we have a little confusion here, commissioners, that there's many components to ensuring that we deliver power to our customers. One of the most significant components is ensuring we have transmission, not just the ability to interconnect to the transmission system, which we expect to take between 3 and 4 years normally, but also once you're interconnected, to be able to reliably and firmly deliver to our customers. So while I can build a reciprocating engine, construct one in a shorter amount of time, like a battery, I can construct it, like I mentioned yesterday, we've actually constructed the Mossy Branch battery in 9 months. I have to have deliverability, and that's a huge component of the timing behind what it takes to ensure we serve our customers reliably.
You do have experience with the Wärtsilä Rice engines, right?
Yes, we have some experience with Wärtsilä.
Were those considered as alternatives to the combustion turbines you're proposing at Plant Yates?
Not specifically for Plant Yates, no.
And commissioners, I would add too, that when we look at our expansion plan that looks at the dominant resource solutions through the next several years, reciprocating engines were not picked. It was battery energy storage and combustion turbines.
Weren't picked by the model, or was the model allowed to select Rice?
They were allowed to select them and did not pick.
So regarding existing resources that are out there and available, how did you decide which ones to negotiate for?
So as I've identified, we went to the system link first because we knew Mississippi had some, and then we reached out to those that we had prior experience with. And so we reached out to a few. Some were not able to be able to, like the Lindsay Hill that we've mentioned in the DR, could not be available in this time frame. So it was based on the ones we had contact with, and we've got wholesale marketers that know the participants. But so we reached out to the ones that we were aware of to see if they had contracts. But a lot of them had either been purchased by us already through PPAs that were approved in the 2022 IRP. And as we mentioned yesterday, Oglethorpe had purchased a lot of them. So we went to the ones that we knew.
It's well documented that Jacksonville Electric Authority wants out of their PPA with MEAG for output from Vogtle 3 and 4. Did you consider relieving JEA of that Vogtle obligation and keeping that dispatchable carbon-free energy for Georgia Power customers?
We have not.
Why?
I don't know what the cost and the economics are, and I don't know. It's not my everyday to deal with JEA, so we did not approach them just from the standpoint of I wasn't aware of that, and so we just didn't. I don't know what JEA is looking to do out of Vogtle.
If you considered some of the potential options that are out there, but not all of them, how can this commission be sure that the ones you're putting forward are the best portfolio of options?
Are you asking about the market ones?
The entire IRP. The reason I want to ask questions about some of the other things that I know could have been options, and you didn't pursue, I just want to know how the commission can be confident that what you're asking them to approve is the best set of options.
Right. So we again went to the system length. We went to the market resource that was able to be available in that time frame. The RFI indicated no existing marketing resources that were available in that time frame. And so then we moved towards deployment. Again, the future fleet needs batteries and CTs. And so we exhausted the market resources we had access to and then moved to construction of the ones that we could deploy in this time frame.
Let's see, it's something else from yesterday, Mr. Grubb, on transmission. I believe you said that the transmission requests that are in this IRP are exclusively for the CTs at Plant Yates.
So yeah, we identified the transmission resources needed to support the resources, and Robbins and Moody's and the PPAs do not need transmission projects built to support them. Only Yates does. So that's the request.
And that was based on an initial screening, but you've got a more formal analysis going on right now.
That we will provide this month that identifies those same projects, but at a lower cost than what we had in the initial filing. That'll be filed this month.
So I was going to ask if you could preview those results. Is that the main one that the cost is going down, or is there anything else that you can share with us?
So that's the only resource that needs projects constructed. And so those prices will be lower than what we initially filed. But none of the other resources were identified to need projects.
I believe yesterday, in response to one of Mr. Thomas's questions about grid enhancing technologies, you acknowledged that reconductoring is one of the options that is being explored in that transmission supplement.
In that screen, that's right. It was operating guidelines, redispatch, and reconductoring and rebuilding.
How much faster is reconductoring an existing transmission line than, permitting and developing a new one?
I don't work directly in transmission. I cannot speak to that, but I would think it'd be a lot quicker than having to get a new easement and build an entirely new line.
I'm getting on toward the end. Commissioner Pridemore asked you yesterday about uncertainty in your load forecasts, and then it came out again today as well. So this one question that I wanted to ask may help to kind of bottom that out. With regard to your probabilistic modeling, where you say actual demand could be higher or lower than projected, is there an equal likelihood that the load will be lower as it is that it could be higher?
Sorry, can you clarify the question for me?
Yeah, so when you say actual demand could be higher or lower than projected, is that likelihood equal that it could be higher or lower?
From the levels that we have used? No. There is a likelihood that it's going to be at that level or lower.
Because of the choice of the P95?
Because of the level, yeah, part of it. It's also the level of load that we have identified to serve the needs of the request that we have in front of this commission.
Okay. Maybe that did or did not contribute to the certainty of the question and conversation yesterday. Let's see. On page 27, lines 20 to 22, you say that the PPAs with Mississippi Power and the Santa Rosa Energy Center will, quote, provide immediate additional capacity and energy to meet the growing demand. So this kind of gets back to where we started about both capacity and energy outputs. But do Georgia Power ratepayers actually need the energy, the megawatt hours, on a routine basis from these entities, or is it just the peak capacity that's driving the need?
Well, anytime you add a resource, you get both. So we plan for the need for capacity, but obviously that has energy along with it. And so we talked yesterday, we need all 5 years, because if we didn't take all 5 years, or customers need all 5 years, because if you didn't, those were not going to be available for the third and fourth years when you need them. But those resources being in the system help reliability by being there.
Is the average greenhouse gas emission intensity, CO2 per megawatt hour, of Mississippi Power higher or lower than that of Georgia Power?
Which some of the similar questions from before. I believe their fleet may be a higher emissions rate than ours, but I don't know that for certain. But with Vogel and the solar we've added, I would guess Georgia's is lower. But again, that PPA is through 28 and it's from their system.
And so if that's the case, if their average is a higher emissions intensity, then will it make the Georgia Power customers' consumption of power slightly dirtier?
For those few years, but what it's doing is it's serving load for those customers and providing reliability for those customers.
What about from a resource diversity standpoint? Compared to the 2022 IRP, with the resources you're proposing in this IRP update, will Georgia Power's resource portfolio become more diverse or less diverse?
With this plan,
Yes.
more diverse. We're adding storage. A lot more storage that we're adding with this and the 2022 IRP. So we've got one storage facility that's about to come online, but we've got hundreds that were approved in the 2022 IRP and then thousands that we're asking for here. And we expect the all source RFP will have a robust response on storage as well. So it will help that diversity.
And as the customer programs are approved and grow, that will add to the diversity of our resource mix.
All right. How about fuel diversity?
So you're adding storage at solar. So that will help from that standpoint. So
Is the storage exclusively charged by solar, or can it be grid charged from any resource?
It could be grid charged if we needed that. There are some periods of time we expect it would be able to be grid charged.
What percentage of Georgia Power's current energy mix is fossil gas?
I've got that. We actually had it in the filing. So it is 45% of capacity. I'm not sure energy, it's slightly higher in 2022. I don't have.
Would you accept 48?
Yeah, on energy?
Yeah, on it.
Yes, 48.
That's from your own 2023 fact and figures by the numbers published online.
No, you're correct. That's what I think I have here too.
All right. So if the commission approves the resources proposed in this 2023 IRP update, what will that percentage be for the winter of 2027 and 2028?
I don't have those numbers. I don't think I've run them. Not that aspect of them. I don't have them with me here.
Will it increase or decrease Georgia Power's reliance on gas?
This filing?
Yes.
So it depends on how much we would dispatch the CTs. And as Mr. Bush has said, if we do, that'd be a more economic gas usage than what the system has now. So we don't have those numbers, but it won't drastically increase.
All right. And this kind of gets back to a conversation that was started earlier. Many times in the last 2 days, we've heard that this plan will put downward pressure on rates. But I think we got beyond that earlier today and we started talking about other bill impacts because people, customers ultimately pay a bill, not just a rate. Is it true that over a quarter of residential customer bill is the fuel rider?
Subject to check. I don't remember what the latest fuel rates are.
And another roughly 8% on the ECCR.
Subject to check.
Thank you. Have you analyzed the bill impacts from this request especially for residential customers?
Not to bills, because that requires what's going to change in the rate case and how that gets handled through tariffs. But because you have those, if you have other increases, what we're seeing here in this filing is adding these loads gives more load to spread those costs across and lowers rates for customers. I can't talk per rate because it depends on how that gets allocated in the next rate case. But there was downward pressure on rates for all customers from this filing.
And when you say rates, though, the fuel cost rider and the ECCR are not included in your definition of rates, correct?
Not fuel, but an ECCR would be spread across more customers.
Okay. What can the company do to prevent another massive fuel cost adjustment like we just had last year?
So that's one of the benefits.
Yeah. Speak in your mic, please.
Change administrations in Washington.
Company can do that?
Well, that's what they've been doing.
No, we cannot. No, So repeat your question again. I'm sorry.
What can the company do to prevent another massive fuel cost adjustment like we had just last year?
I mean, so that's obviously driven by natural gas markets. And so the more we diversify the fleet, which we're doing here with battery energy storage, and a more efficient CT can help lower those costs, all else equal.
All right, I think I'm on my last lap here. You touched on this with Mr. Thomas yesterday as well. He asked why you started the PPAs in 2024 when we don't really need that capacity until late 2025. Why did you sign the PPAs with Mississippi Power and Santa Rosa before asking this commission for permission to do it?
So one thing, when I say we didn't need them, what I meant was the target reserve margin, we have met it. They help with reliability. But the reason we had to move forward with those contracts before we came to the commission and also sign off 5 years is had we not done that and we didn't approach them until a few months from now, they would not be available to serve customers. And we would not be able to support the same level of load growth.
Because they would have sold them to somebody else or because they would have decommissioned them?
So at Mississippi, it would have been both. In Santa Rosa, it would have been sold to somebody else.
You actually say that you've already sold 500 megawatts of the excess capacity to, quote, a regional electrical service provider from now through September 2025.
That's correct.
So how does that jibe with your prior assertion that PPAs will provide immediate additional capacity for Georgia Power customers if you've already sold that capacity for the next 2 years?
Well, so you still have the 200 megawatts, but the main thing about the immediate need was that winter of 2025. We can't construct anything by the end of 2025. That's less than 2 years from now. And so it's that first year of need that those PPAs help us meet.
Who is the regional electrical service provider that you sold the
It's
capacity
trade
to?
secret.
Okay.
It's been filed in the DR as trade secret.
Why didn't you just let Mississippi Power sell the power to them through September of 25 and then have our PPA for supply to Georgia Power start in October of 25 rather than being a middleman for the next
Because
almost 2 years?
the first action was to procure and get those resources for Georgia Power and then turn around and make sure that other entities still needed them. So if we had done the other entity was interested in 5 years too. So they would have had all 5 years. So we needed it for our customers for 5 years and then we sold the shorter years to them.
All right, that's it. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. We'll break for lunch and see everybody back in here at 1:20.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
What is this?
Probably under.
That's the tally.
You guys are doing great.
It's called walking. Less of a walk, more like a sprint. Sprinted back.
Well, it's enough to just get right between them.
Yeah. No, Fitz has to leadership Bob. Yeah. They have a big, like a community room on the second floor. They support people who need it. It's bigger than this one.
All right. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Got just a few more interveners and we'll start where we left off. I'll call up Southern Renewable Energy Association. Good afternoon, Simon.
Good afternoon, Commission. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
I was hoping a lot of folks would ask questions that I was going to ask, but unfortunately they didn't. And so please be patient with me as we kind of walk through a
I
number.
would've thought Mr. Baker got covered them all.
Yeah. He told me he cut his by half, so I think he cut my half on
That
on
opening
that side.
statement, is that a warning for us? Is that?
It's a notification, maybe, not so much a warning. So yesterday, there was some discussion about expediting an RFP process. Do you remember that discussion?
Yes.
And you had said that you hadn't had conversations with commission staff regarding expediting an RFP process. Is that right?
We had discussions with staff around the RFP for the all source a lot. And so we did talk about expediting it in terms of the all source. I'd have to go back and look in terms of the discussions we've had, but it's again, you can't expedite enough to meet a 3-year earlier year of need.
Well, what was staff's position on expediting the all source RFP?
I can't state staff's position
What's your position on it?
on expediting an RFP to meet the needs in this case. We cannot do that.
Sure,
There's not
but
enough
beyond this case,
beyond this case for what?
next year, later this year.
So we're working with staff on the schedule for the all source RFP right now.
And in order to expedite it, there's a value to customers to expediting it, is there not?
So the value to expediting is the resources in that RFP are going to serve the needs years of the winter of 29, 30, and 31. And so expedite, that doesn't change because this IRP update addresses the ones before that.
Okay, so we're totally taken care of until 29.
From this IRP update, we're a little short in 28, and that's why we've identified there's some other resources we're looking at in terms of the DER. But the all source RFP that was approved in the 22 IRP will meet the needs in the winter of 28, 29, 29, 30, and 30, 31.
And you said a regular RFP schedule takes about 2.5 years. Is that pretty typical, or does that seem kind of long for y'all?
So we've said 2 to 2.5 years is what we filed. And so commissioners, when we look at RFPs, what we do is we look at the year of need, and we need a minimum of 5 years, or right at 5 years minimum to move towards that. So we'd start with a year of need. You need at least 3 years to build new resources, and you've got a 2-year process. So to meet a year of need by the end of 25, we would have had to start that RFP in 2020, way before we ever had any indication of these loads. So that's why we talk about there's not enough time to do the RFP process, including the critical parts of the evaluation, and then physically build resources, especially considering transmission. So again, completely supportive of the RFP process. We've done 20 since 2006. We've got 7 that we're doing coming out of the IRP, but they do not work in this case.
So you all have some anticipated retirements coming up in 2028 though, right? Bowen and Sure, I think are the units.
So not Bowen. In the 2022 IRP, the commission approved the decertification of Plant Gaston in Alabama by the end of 28 and Share 3 by the end of 28. We will readdress those and reevaluate those in the 2025 IRP, but our capacity plan shows those retirements.
Okay, and so is it possible that in the 2025 IRP, we get there and you say again, we're not going to have the ability to issue a 2.5 year RFP, 3 years worth of construction. We're going to have to extend those units out beyond 2028 because we just don't have enough time.
So the 2025 IRP will take into consideration the results of this outcome and will reflect the megawatts that are being met through the all source RFP. So it would be looking at needs in the winter of 31, 32 and beyond.
Okay, so it's not currently slated to cover the gap in, related to the retirements in 2028.
So if we move forward with the retirements in 2028, those megawatts are reflected in the needs that will be met through the all source RFP.
But you just said the all source RFP is supposed to take care of us in 29 and 30 and beyond.
So those units are approved to continue through the end of 28. So the all source RFP takes care of the winter of 28, 29, 29, 30 and 30, 31.
Okay.
It's a 3-year RFP.
Okay, thank you. So you've established very well that the need is very short term and very soon. Can you just briefly, do you have the capacity need for the 25, 26 winter term? What is that megawatt number?
So it was in the filing. So it was 100, it was a small need. It was, I think it was 100 and, let's see, I got to find it. So it was 175 megawatts, but then the next year is 1,875.
So that's 2027.
It's the winter of 26, 27, meaning you need resources to be online in less than 3 years.
December 26?
December 26, January 27, and February 27.
Okay, so when the data in the file says we have a 170 megawatt need in the year 2026, it's not including December of that year?
If you look on the needs chart on page 11, it shows the year 25. It says 2025/2026. That means you've got to have them online by the end of 25.
Okay. But the Mississippi Power and the Santa Rosa Power Purchase Agreements are going to cover us through the end of 2026. Is that right?
So they will get not the winter of 26, 27. They're not enough to meet that, which is why we've identified the other resources to deploy by the end of 2026. Mississippi and Santa Rosa are not 1,875 megawatts.
Right. Do you happen to know if Mississippi Power is planning on building, or had been planning on building any new generation to make up for the 2028 retirements that they were planning?
I don't know. Again, the reason those units were going to be either sold or retired was because they had more than the reserve margin target. So I do not believe they would retire them and then turn around and rebuild. But depending on what things change at Mississippi, but the plan right now would be to retire those units.
Which
Or
units?
sell them.
Which units specifically are they retiring?
So in the order that was from their commission, it was going to be, I believe, some Watson units were going to retire by the end of this last year.
Okay. And Plant Daniel?
Yeah, I think it was in 2027, maybe, 28. I'd have to look. I've got it somewhere.
No, that's okay.
See it. But
That's all right.
they had, so the commission recommended a retirement of 950 megawatts and it was up to Mississippi to come back with a plan of what to transition out of.
Okay. Let's move on a bit and talk about transmission. In the 2022 Integrated Resource Plan, the North Georgia Reliability Assessment took a considerable amount of focus. How is that North Georgia Reliability Assessment going currently?
Yeah, so good question. So commissioners, we've included some of those projects in our 10-year plan that we update the staff and the commission on. So we've identified the projects for the coal retirements and are moving forward with engineering on those. And then for the other strategic projects for the south to north renewable flows, we've identified the corridors that need to be increased for their flow capability and are working with the ITS members on that.
Will we receive an update on this study more formally at some point in the near future?
So commission and the staff, based on the 22 IRP, we provide that each year. So we'll be meeting with staff first part of this year to update that 10-year plan.
Okay. And is the 10-year plan different from the additional transmission analysis that you're providing later this month?
It is in terms of the filing that we're providing the end of this year has the load forecast level that's in the 2023 IRP update to look at what transmission projects are needed for the resources that we're asking in the case. The load forecast in our transmission plans are always a year behind. So the normal 10-year plan that gets filed will have a different load forecast.
So the transmission analysis you've already performed for this IRP does not include the 6,600 megawatts of load growth that you're anticipating?
At the time we ran the screening, commissioners, we took the confirmed loads that we had at that time. When we do our transmission plans, we model to NERC reliability standards based on firm and future firm resources and confirmed loads. And so it was a load forecast plus contracts we'd won in the fall. We're increasing that load amount with what we're going to file this month to match the load amounts that are in this IRP update. And again, we've identified that there's no change in the resources and the transmission projects needed, but the cost on the Yates projects will be lower.
Why would the costs on the Yates project be lower if you're not accounting for all the load that you're projecting in the IRP?
So the supplemental filing that we'll do this month does include a load level similar to what's in the 2023 IRP for that screening. And the reason for that cost decrease will be filed later this month.
Is it possible that you're pushing off transmission costs on those other customers in order to alleviate congestion on the grid that would otherwise be required by installing Plant Yates upgrades?
Could you go through that one more time?
Yeah, sure. Why is it cheaper now that there's more load in the model when Yates already identified a transmission need? Are those new customers effectively paying for that new transmission upgrade?
No, I don't want to get too far ahead of the filing, but it's an update in the project cost.
And
that'll be explained later this month. But it was not moved to any other thing. It was identification of the projects to get delivery from Yates, and there was a change in some of the projects associated with Yates, but nothing else has changed in the case.
So in the base case of the screening analysis, did you include the 3,350 megawatts of new generation that's going to be added from the CARES RFP that's about to start accepting bids tomorrow?
I don't believe we did because we don't know where those resources where they would be. So it was based on the generation and it was more than just what we looked at here. As we filed, there were a few other resources we looked at as well that we were considering for deployment. So no, I don't believe that's in there because we don't know what those bids are. So that process takes place through the RFP process. When those bids come in, transmission evaluations take place then.
And y'all accredit solar plus batteries as a winter capacity resource, right?
Well, it's both. It's not just winter. That's what we focused on in this case, but there could be conditions where it's helping in the summer as well.
Sure. And so the CARES program, the CARES RFP that's about to go live tomorrow, accepting bids, solar plus battery projects are allowed to bid into that RFP, correct?
That's my understanding. I'm not familiar with all of the use cases and the details in that RFP, but they would allow storage to accommodate those solar resources.
And if solar and storage projects are ultimately selected out of that process, they would give additional capacity to the system.
Yeah, that depending on the use cases in that RFP, and we've done that some in the prior ones, but those units will not be online until the late 20s. And we don't know what type of bids are going to win that solicitation.
Is the RFP not requesting start dates as early as 2026?
I don't know. I haven't looked at that RFP. It could be, but again, it's focused on the latter half of the 20s. But we don't know what's going to win in those resources. We don't know what capacity equivalents it'll be. And so that's why we've identified these resources we have to move forward with.
But in the modeling, you assume that a hybrid resource, a solar plus battery resource, is 100% accredited in the wintertime.
Which model?
Your capacity expansion model.
Yeah, based on a storage use case that's 4 hours minimum that's used for capacity reasons.
Okay. When we're talking about the Mississippi Power Purchase Agreement, is that PPA included in your transmission screening analysis?
It is in the fact that the resources are in there. The PPA doesn't change the physical nature of the southern system that we study.
So you didn't actually physically model moving power from Mississippi over to Georgia?
No, but we had those units available through those years in the transmission screening analysis.
Okay. And similar in the transmission screening analysis, you evaluated the Lindsay Hill facility over in Alabama, correct?
Yeah, we began with we had to do it in tiers. And so we did the system units first, and then we moved to market resources, and then we moved to the others. And again, commissioners, we were doing this in parallel with identifying resources that were not under contract and that we could contract with or that we could deploy. So while we were looking from a generation planning standpoint at what our resource options are, we were also doing transmission screening to make sure that we didn't go commit to a resource that we couldn't have transmission for to provide in the years of need that we have it.
Now, Lindsay Hill, it's been around for quite some time. Can you describe the facility a little bit more?
I think it's a combined cycle that's in Alabama. I don't know the age of it, but it has been around.
It's been in the
but I don't
pool
know
for
who
a
it's been contracted with and those types of things.
Okay.
Or what transmission service it's had.
But you all had found a transmission constraint associated with Lindsay Hill, which knocked it out of the running.
That's correct. There were projects that had to be done to allow the delivery of Lindsay Hill that was outside the time frame of this IRP update.
Okay, so even though Lindsay Hill has been around for a while in the southern pool, there are transmission constraints that limit its ability to provide power to Georgia.
So I'm not a transmission planner, commissioner, but what we're looking at in transmission planning is firm and future firm resources. And so just because a resource is physically available does not mean that it necessarily has transmission service. And so when those, for example, we may have a purchase power agreement with a resource that's a designated native road resource for Georgia Power. When that contract expires, we do not show that as a firm resource on the transmission system because it's not serving firm load. So I can't speak to the different status of Lindsay Hill, but when we evaluated it, it showed that you had to have transmission projects, and it's a very dynamic system. We have things changing every day. So,
And I'd just like to clarify, Commission, Lindsay Hill is not in the Southern Pool. So when you think about the Southern Company pool, it is the retail operating companies and the companies owned by Southern Company and PPAs that might be in there. So Lindsay Hill, we do not consider it a part of the pool.
Is Santa Rosa in the southern pool?
No, it's in the Florida Panhandle.
Okay, did the transmission analysis, the screening analysis include the Santa Rosa PPA?
Yeah, it did. We studied it again. If you look at the filing on page 1 and the transmission screening, it steps through the order in which we evaluated everything. So it was evaluated.
Okay. But Lindsay Hill was included in each different scenario that was evaluated. As you described it, it was kind of tiered as you were adding different resources. Is that right?
That's correct. And the filing that we'll make this month does not include Lindsay Hill because we did not move forward with it. And again, we have seen no changes to the identification of the projects needed to accommodate Yates or any of the other resources.
Great. So the company participates in the CERTAP process. Are you all familiar with the Southeastern Regional Transmission Planning process?
Somewhat familiar with it. I'm not involved in it and don't attend the meetings or anything, but I know it is in, it's a process that our transmission planning groups are engaged in.
And through that process, the company provides its 10-year plan to its neighboring utilities like MEAG and the ITS and TVA and Duke and the other utilities. Is that right?
That's right. But commissioners, the 10-year plan is an ITS plan. So we don't provide it to the other ITS members. We develop that plan in conjunction with them.
And if a project is contained within the 10-year plan and it benefits the overall system, for the ultimate responsibility to pay for it, to pay for those projects relies on the entire system, not the individual generator, right? Or not the individual customer.
Yeah, not the individual customer. I think for serve and load, those transmission projects, if it's benefiting all customers, is paid for by all customers. I would say, commissioners, though, while we're talking through this, Mr. Evans can help here. When we look at each customer choice job, we look at their local transmission and distribution cost and allocate those costs to the job. And we do assign a cost of the bulk power transmission system to those customer choice offers as well.
Yes, that's correct. Those investments that are there to serve just that customer are borne by that customer. And their portion of the upstream costs or those infrastructure costs that are shared by many customers or all customers, their portion of those upgrades are borne by them as well.
So if there was a generator, for instance, that wanted to move forward or accelerate a transmission project in the 10-year site plan, could they do that? Is that allowed?
When you say a generator wants to move forward a project?
Yeah. So if there's a project identified in the 10-year plan that says it shows up in year 5, but a generator wants to come in and expedite that project to year 2 or 3, is that a possibility?
So I don't know the driver of the generator wanting to do that, but I think when we study generators, if it changes the timing of those projects, whether it delays them or advances them, that gets captured in the screening analysis or any of our transmission analysis.
Right. And so that would potentially allow generators to get 10-year transmission projects built sooner rather than later, right?
Yeah, it depends on the process in which that resource is going through. Whether it's going through an RFP, we would identify them there. If they're a qualifying facility, we identify them there as well. So just depends on the nature and the vehicle in which that resource is being evaluated.
So is that option available under both the large generator interconnection process and the qualifying facility interconnection process?
I believe so. I'm not a transmission planner and I don't do interconnection studies and don't deal with interconnection agreements a whole lot. So I'll just say that our transmission planners are capturing those aspects when we evaluate those.
Now, still on the transmission analysis, the screening analysis, the IRP is requesting adding 1,000 megawatts of battery storage, the 200 megawatts associated with the 200 megawatt solar facility, 128 megawatts at Robbins, and 49.5 megawatts at the Moody Air Force Base. Did you run the transmission analysis associated with the screening analysis associated with those known battery projects?
We did not, because again, those resources are being placed at those facilities because they don't require transmission projects to allow for delivery from those resources.
And I think, as everyone recalls, I'm not from here. So are the solar projects and the Air Force Base projects, are those in North Georgia or are they in South Georgia?
So Robbins is in Warner Robins, which is just south of Macon, so central Georgia. And then Moody is southeast Georgia.
Valdosta.
Valdosta. Okay, sorry, I was thinking other. So yeah, Valdosta. So they are not.
Did you run a transmission study for the remaining, I think it's 622 megawatts of battery storage that you're requesting?
We did not, because again, we're gonna identify sites very similar to Robbins and Moody's that don't require transmission projects to be built to facilitate delivery of those resources.
Are those projects currently in the generator interconnection queue?
I'm not sure, but not yet because we haven't identified the sites.
Are you familiar with FERC Order 2023?
Somewhat familiar. I know it's a recent one, and our transmission policy groups and planning groups are evaluating that, but somewhat familiar with it.
Could you describe it just a little bit?
Just a little. One of the things that order's doing is instead of, it's trying to look at the queue order and how things are done in the queue. And I think there's a requirement for a certain time of year to be in the queue to be evaluated as opposed to the current process, which is, I think, more first in, first out type of thing. I will say though, commissioners, in our queue and what we're evaluating in the Southeast, we have very few projects in the queue that don't get studied. Our time to study queues are quite quick. But yeah, so we're still thinking through how that impacts our timing. So I'm somewhat familiar with it.
And so the 622 megawatts of company-owned battery storage hasn't been studied in the transmission analysis, isn't in the generation interconnection queue. There's a new queue process that's starting up come April. I think that's right.
I believe that somewhere in there.
So it's a brand new process. What's the likelihood that the company actually gets generation interconnection studies from the 622 megawatts that haven't been identified and aren't currently within the queue, get those projects out of the queue, constructed, operating by 2026?
So commissioners, I don't know the details on how we're going to handle the transition from the prior process to the new one to speak to what that order will be for resources.
Wouldn't it be easier just to procure existing resources that are already in the generation interconnection queue that maybe have their studies already done?
And you're talking about storage projects?
Sure, or hybrid projects.
About potentially, but what we've identified is the company identifying solar sites that we can put the storage at. And not all of them are our sites.
So if it's not your site, have you already identified these sites, or will you identify these sites?
We're and Mr. Bush can help me here. We're looking at a portfolio of sites and we're narrowing in on what those specific sites will be.
That's correct. We're actually engaging many of the PPA providers for Georgia Power Company that have large solar sites, engaging them to find their interest in allowing us to put a battery there at that site in conjunction with the interconnection and delivery service that already exists at that site.
With the amount of load growth that the company's projecting, are you working with ITS participants to deal with this amount of load growth? How are you interacting with other ITS participants around it?
So there's nothing different about that process, commissioners. What we will do is as we update load forecast, just like all the other ITS members, it will move into the transmission planning process. Again, it's a year later because you've got to run the loads through your generation process, then turn it over to transmission, but that's always been the case. So it will flow through the ITS discussions just like it always has.
Let's move on and talk about the capacity expansion models and plans. Specifically, I'm talking about the supplemental errata that you all filed on December 7th.
On the resource mix study?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So help me understand here. The way the model works is that it optimizes, and I'm going to describe it and let me know if I'm off base here. The model optimizes the full Southern Company system first, and from that you get a system capacity expansion output.
Yeah, it's the Southern system, specifically the retail operating companies, the 3 retail operating companies. It's meeting the system need.
How does the model separate the capacity needs based on state jurisdictions?
So what the model solves the system, and then what it does, it's pretty simply It's just after we've solved that model, it allocates to the operating companies in two steps. The first step is it adds generation to the operating company that has the lowest amount of reserves for planning than the others. Because if you have a need, one of the operating companies is not at their own specific need, and it'll add to, for lack of a better term, the shorter company, move it to where it's matching the next shortest, and it'll add that capacity until they're equal. It'll do that, and then what it'll do is if there's a different type, in other words, if it builds a combined cycle and in storage, it'll take energy balance into account as well. So it will, there's an operating company that needs resources and needs energy, it'll give them the more energy intensive part of the resource.
And so this is the Aurora planning software program, correct?
That runs the system solution, that's correct.
Does that model include transmission constraints?
It does not. Again, commissioners, what that generation planning model is doing is identifying the resources that are the most advantageous from a generation standpoint, knowing that over time we will build the transmission system to allow delivery from those resources. Some of our earlier production cost models do put in some things if we have must-run conditions and those types of things. But again, Aurora does not, but that's what our transmission planning process does, is evaluates the resources.
Thank you for that. And then in the Aurora model, did the company limit the amount of battery storage that could be added in any particular year?
I know we do, I'd have to look, Mr. Mahan. I do know we limit some. I know we limit, I just can't remember. I'd have to look.
That's okay. Just a yes or no.
So I can't remember if we do. I know we do on some of the resource types. Subject to check, we may do the same on batteries. I'd have to check.
Well, so the question was about batteries. I had a similar question about solar and wind, but I'll let you off the hook.
I believe we filed them in a DR. I just can't remember which DR since there's been 270 of them filed.
Okay. But there weren't any hybrid projects that were modeled as a resource in the capacity expansion model, right?
No, when you say hybrid, I'm assuming you mean solar plus storage.
Yeah.
No, what the expansion plan model is doing is it's looking at solar from an energy production standpoint, and it's looking at storage from a capacity standpoint. So it's not dependent on location if they're located together or not. It's looking simply at solar providing energy value and storage providing capacity value. Whether you model them as a hybrid or not, it wouldn't really change the outcome at all.
Well, so does solar not get some sort of an accredited value for Aurora? Or
Not generic solar. So
it's set at 0 in the model?
It's set at 0. So once we know solar resources through an RFP, they would get it, but a generic solar does not. Because again, it is being added for energy value.
So the company performed an effective load carrying capacity analysis for solar though, right?
To use on projects that we have project profiles for and evaluate in RFPs, that's correct.
But you didn't include that evaluation in the model for capacity expansion?
That is my recollection, because again, it's looking at adding it for energy resources, and it does allow it to be added before we have a capacity need. So it does do that.
And all the batteries that are added in the model, all the resources in the model are modeled as company-owned resources. Is that correct?
So as we've always done, commissioners, not knowing the results of RFPs, we've always shown the avoided cost, or the cost of a capacity is the company's cost to build, which is a standard utility practice. So when you're talking about a generic expansion plan, you model that cost to build, because that's what you would deploy unless the market through an RFP bid it at a lower cost. So that's what we've always done.
And so the model uses company ownership as kind of financial fundamentals, and the model supports the company ownership in this docket.
No, I wouldn't say that, commissioners. It's not based on ownership at all. It's just a cost. The production cost model, or the Aurora model, just has a cost to build ACT, a cost to build storage. In the past, we've used PPA cost for solar. So it's not an ownership aspect at all. It's simply the cost of those generation types based on the work that Mr. Bush and team do across the company, looking at what the cost to build those technologies are based on our latest information. So it's indifferent between ownership.
This is kind of a technical question. With the outputs that were provided from the capacity expansion model, again, in the supplemental errata, you've got different tranches of battery storage, T1, T2, T3, T4. I didn't see anything in the materials, or maybe I missed it, what those different tranches meant and why y'all modeled it like that. Could you explain that, please?
Yeah, so it's something we've addressed in some prior RPs as well. And so as you deploy batteries on the system, and Mr. Bush can help me here if he has anything to add, when you add batteries, they are energy limited. So you have a 4-hour battery, a 2-hour battery, or an 8-hour battery. And if you think about our reserve margin study, where we're studying 700,000 cases and all the different reliability events, a 4-hour battery will allow you to respond to certain reliability events. But as you add batteries, it kind of depletes that system. So once you've deployed a certain number of 4-hour batteries, you need an 8-hour battery to give you an additional reliability impact. So those tranches are just changes in the capacity equivalent to those batteries as you add more onto the system.
So there's a declining capacity value for resources that are just added at a later date.
For batteries.
Yeah.
Because, not for CTs or anything else, but that's just the uniqueness of batteries.
And solar's already at 0.
From a capacity equivalent standpoint, it would still capture, the more solar you add, the more, the harder it is for solar to continue to give you energy savings. But yeah, it's not a capacity equivalence issue.
The batteries that are being added do you happen to know if they're going to be evaluated under a network resource interconnection service, or an NRIS, versus an energy resource interconnection service, or an ERIS?
You're talking about the batteries that we're proposing in this case?
Yes.
I don't know. Again, that's where I don't deal with transmission planning and interconnection agreements, but we have put native load reservations out there, and then whatever, it'll go through that process. I just don't know the difference between those two that you're mentioning.
Okay, so you don't know the difference between NRIS versus ERIS?
I don't. I would think you said the NR is native load resource network. I mean, I would assume it would be network. I don't know what the energy is, but again, we'd have to get back with you on that. I believe there's a DR on that. We just haven't submitted it yet. But the point, commissioners, is we will go through the process needed to make sure that those batteries are designated as native load resources to serve our customers.
Would you agree that batteries provide multiple system benefits, multiple values?
Yeah, as we've said in this proceeding, yes.
How are those multiple values accounted for in either the economic analysis or the capacity expansion model?
So for the capacity expansion model, I think it looks at all the different cases. It looks at, is there energy arbitrage opportunities, right? Charge it at a lower price than you discharge it, kind of like we do with hydro, pump storage hydro. And then it also looks at being able to dispatch to meet the peak. On the economic analysis, it's the same model that's looking at energy. So I think it depends on what the system needs at that time. I can't speak any more detail than that, Mr. Mahan, not to dodge it. I just don't call, but it's going to look at the different use cases that a battery can handle. Mike, you have anything to add, or is that?
What I recall from the economic analysis was we used energy arbitrage and then the capacity value for the battery.
Okay. Moving on to the Plant Yates facilities, how are the natural gas fuel supplies handled in the model?
I'm sorry?
How are the fuel supplies for the Plant Yates units handled in the capacity expansion model? Is the model assuming a firm transmission or transport of natural gas fuel to those facilities?
So in the resource mix or the expansion plan model, we did not model Yates 8 through 10. We did that in the economic analysis, but it will be based on what we're proposing, which is availability to gas, but oil in peak times.
Say that last part again. I'm sorry. So are you anticipating or planning on the Yates units having firm natural gas contracts?
No, we've addressed that in the filing, and in this case, we did not move forward with procuring firm transportation at this point because of the timing and then needing to deploy those. And we've typically done CTs on natural gas and oil. So we do not have firm transportation, but we expect to have access to gas in many hours of the year. And we've talked about being able to use the gas that's at Yates 6 and 7. If Yates 6 and 7 aren't running, we can use it on the CTs.
And so the company is going to procure natural gas fuel from a third party.
From a commodity standpoint, yes, we would, if we have gas and we need to run those units and it's available, we would run it.
So that sort of contract, that fuel contract is like a power purchase agreement, but for fuel.
Yeah, I mean, I think our fuel services group out of Birmingham, they have contracts with suppliers, and so they can purchase it from it daily. I'm a little rusty on my gas contract structure, but I don't think you have to enter it in for each day to resource. There's some master agreements that they procure gas under, is my understanding.
And do those companies that serve gas for the whole system, do they have an obligation to serve Southern Company customers first?
In terms of
providing gas, if there's some sort of constraint or conflict between Southern Company power plants versus residential load or commercial load for the natural gas fuel, are you all first in line, or are there other customers that are first in line?
So Mr. Bush can add on here if he needs to, but commissioners, when we purchase FT, then that's what we're doing, is we're reserving our space on the pipeline to make sure that we get that gas as it's available. So it's a portion of the pipeline. If we get gas, like we're talking about on a daily basis for Yates, we're buying that pipeline capacity from someone else. And so the pipeline suppliers are providing it for the people who share the FT on that pipeline.
And we've heard a fair amount about the dual fuel capability of these Plant Yates facilities. How much it's oil or a petroleum-based product that's going to be the secondary fuel source. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's ultra low sulfur diesel.
All right. About how much of that quantity is going to be available on site? And what I'm trying to get at is how long duration can you run off of that diesel fuel at those particular sites?
We'll have storage on site to run 72 consecutive hours at maximum output of the resources.
Give you a moment to get your drink.
No, it's good. It's good.
Are you all familiar with the company's avoided cost projections?
Yes.
And the company filed an updated avoided cost informational supplement in October. Is that correct?
Yes, the 13th.
And are avoided costs going up or down over the next 5 to 10 years?
So that'll depend. We would be doing those updated projections. I don't know that there was a lot of difference. What we filed is our 2023 version, so we would be updating that this year. I don't know that our gas forecast changed that much from one year to the next, so it's just going to depend. I wouldn't expect a drastic change, though.
Okay. Did the company project a fuel cost decline in the 2022 IRP for natural gas in particular?
We did, because if you remember, I think the initial times when we were in the IRP were pretty high. We used NYMEX for the first 2 or 3 years, and I believe they were higher and then dropped back down, if I remember.
But the company recently received approvals for increasing the natural gas fuel costs on customers. Is that correct?
Yeah, but that's based on actual gas usage and then a short-term projection of gas usage in the fuel case.
Going back to the full avoided cost update from October, do you recall that it shows a $0 per kW value payment for capacity through the year 2029?
Yeah, it does, because that was based on 2023 data, which that was when the need year was. That's correct.
The need year through 2028 into 29.
So the winter of 29 was our capacity need year coming out of the 22 IRP that did not change until after this filing. So we would update that whenever we file it this year.
But the avoided cost filing was filed on October 13th?
That's right, using 2023 data. It was updated. I can't remember the other, but yeah. So again, at that point, we were mainly updating it. And the commissioners, the important thing around the avoided cost projection is that capacity price is not paid to any of the contracts from a QF standpoint. That's just an indication of what it may be.
Sure. And that void cost capacity payment forecast is part of what other independent power producers might evaluate to set up shop in the southern pool, correct?
I can't speak to what developers base their decisions on, but could be one of the things they factor in.
So if you were an independent power producer and you saw $0 between now and 2029, would that incentivize you to build here?
I'm not a developer. And again, from this standpoint, from a developer standpoint, I mean, they've seen our update filings and they know the IRP. So when we've updated that need year, they now know it's updated. This isn't the only indication of what our capacity need year is.
All right, going back to the fuel costs real quick, how does the company ensure that the fuel costs in the model are not are reflective of the actuals as opposed to deflating the natural gas costs in the model to incentivize building natural gas resources in the model?
Which model are you referring to?
Aurora.
Could you go through that again? There were 3 or 4 steps there. I want to make sure
Sorry,
I'm following
yeah.
your question.
That's
not a criticism.
No. I tried to shorthand it and I shouldn't have done that.
Sorry.
Let me just read it. How does Georgia Power ensure that fuel costs are not deflated or neglected when forecasting resource costs for selection in its resource portfolio?
So in the expansion plan model, we use our fuel forecast that we do annually, that every 3 years we bring to the commission. And so that fuel forecast is used in the system planning models, and we look at multiple scenarios. And so we have a commodity forecast for existing company resources, and PPAs will use the true differential between that price and the basis. And then for generics, we'll use a system weighted type basis differential delivery cost. So it's based on the long-term forecast from the Energy Information Administration.
Let's move on from natural gas and let's talk about wind energy for a moment. How is the capacity value of wind energy incorporated in the Aurora model?
Subject check, I'd have to check on that, but I believe it would be an ELCC if we're giving it that capacity value. I just can't remember if we are showing capacity value to it or not.
Because wind is typically more of a winter peaking resource, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Did you also include the production tax credit for wind energy?
I know we did the IRA on solar, so my subject to check, my belief is we've done the same thing on the wind energy as well.
Great. Was the Southeastern Energy Exchange market modeled?
No, you're speaking to the SEAM process. No,
Yes,
commissioners, we talked about this in the last 2022 IRP. SEAM is not for capacity planning purposes. It's not for firm resources. It's a 15-minute energy exchange between the participating customers, and so it's not an impact on planning. So it's not modeled in any of our expansion plans or any of our economic analysis.
Great. Let's move on and talk just briefly about the capacity RFI.
Okay.
The request for information, not the RFP. The results were shared in the filing, so thank you for sharing those. Are you going to use those capacity RFI information that you solicited from the market to help inform the company's bids for the all source RFP?
Are we going to use the RFI to impact the company's bids or just
Yes.
bids overall?
Yours.
No, commissioners, when we bid resources into RFPs as the company, we do it at our cost to develop those projects.
And so
Just the
that
same way Mr. Bush is developing the projects in this filing, we don't bid in a price. We submit our cost.
And so all of your competitors provided you this information, but you're not going to use any of that information for your own sake.
So first, the pricing, very few of the participants provided pricing, and it's subject to change, but no, we will base our company-owned proposals on our cost to develop.
Let's talk a little bit about the military bases. So are you familiar, the Department of Defense has carbon goals
Yes,
to reach 100% carbon-free pollution by 2030?
that is correct.
With the 13 military bases in the Georgia system, how is this IRP going to help support that requirement in the next 5 years?
Yeah, so as we've talked about before, battery energy storage systems help with the fleet transition. And so we'll do that. We've got all the outcomes of the 22 IRP from the solar resource procurements and battery procurements there. And so we'll continue to transition the fleet the same way we have with this commission, looking at reliability, economics, and moving towards cleaner resources.
And also, are you familiar that some of the military bases also have a minimum energy availability requirement of 99.999%?
It's a what of that percentage you said, a minimum?
Minimum energy availability, sorry, and it's 99.9999. It's 6 nines.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that requirement?
I am not. And when you speak about energy availability, do you mean from the utility, from their own sources? I'm just not sure what that standard's about.
Well, it depends. It depends, of course.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. And are you familiar that the U.S. Army has some additional targets regarding microgrids by 2035?
Somewhat familiar. I don't know the details.
And is the company working to integrate those resources in this IRP or in the next IRP?
I'm not sure on what the status of those resources are. I do know, commissioners, we have a Southern company has a memorandum of understanding. It's non-binding to work with the federal government on their CFE goals. But I can't speak to where we are on microgrid projects. That's a different part of the company that's working on projects like that.
I would also add that the customer-sided DER programs that we propose can fit into those requirements in several different ways and provide those benefits. And those that capacity equivalence value, once those customers sign up, would be reflected on the resource plan.
One final question here, and thank you for entertaining me here. The 2025 integrated resource plan, are you all using this filing as is for the 2025 IRP, or will you be rerunning the Aurora capacity expansion model, redoing the transmission screening analyses? How much of the current is going to just be rolled over into the next IRP?
So commissioners, we will be updating everything in the triennial IRP in 2025 that we always do. Obviously, the outputs from this request would be factored into that in terms of projecting our needs. But no, everything will be restudied as we always do every 3 years.
Appreciate it.
Hey, if we can go back to the military-based question. I don't know about the 99.69s, but I have, like I was recently at the Marine base and just doing a tour and looking at some of the energy stuff, and they are getting more aggressive with wanting, and the sergeant major told me a 21-day resiliency plan. It was different than when General Aycock came down here in 2014 under Obama's directive. The directives are a little bit different. They're, the boxes we checked for them in 14 was just that it was adjacent, it was near, it was owned. Now it's getting more aggressive. We want access to it. We want, we want resiliency. I mean, why couldn't we explore this with you all, self-building for them, with them paying a portion of it to meet their goals, but our ratepayers getting the benefit of the energy, except in an extreme catastrophic situation where they are completely, out of power and they don't want to be dependent on any outside sources. Why wouldn't we explore that relationship now in this time of emergency as you're defining it?
So my understanding is we are working with them on those types of projects under this MOU. I'm personally not in that loop, but my understanding is we are working on those types of things with them. And so not in this update, because we had a limited time to identify the resources, but going forward, we'll continue to look at that. I don't personally do it, but my understanding is we've got groups of people that are working on exactly those types of things.
But instead of spending 100% of the cost of a battery storage system, I mean, I know we're doing this at Robbins and Moody, but on the others, instead of us spending ratepayer money for 100%, if we were able to only spend 50% and we gave the military, the access to that during an extreme outage, that would save us money, right?
Commissioner, that exact example went in to inform our DER programs that we proposed here today. That exact shared savings model that you mentioned, where they have access to it for their resiliency needs, but our customers are benefiting from it all other hours of the day and throughout the year. That's exactly how we've structured the DER program with the military requirements in mind. Not designed specifically for them, but we think they absolutely can benefit from that program.
Great, thank you.
No, fine. No further questions.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Department of Defense and all other federal executive agencies.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, again, my name is John McNutt. I'm an attorney with the United States Army, Fort Belvoir, here representing the United States Department of Defense and all of the federal executive agencies. This is my first time in front of the commission. Usually my colleague, Emily Medlin, handles all of our Georgia matters. So I apologize if I'm not completely up to speed on the exact resource mix, so I'll do my best. I know we've been going for a couple of days and we're all very tired and ready to go home. But I do have some questions for the panel. So if the commissioners will indulge me, I will try not to repeat any questions that anyone else had asked, but since DOD has been mentioned several times, I do want to follow up on that very briefly. You mentioned, Mr. Grubb, that you're aware of the existence of a memorandum of understanding signed by Southern Company with the federal government. Have you actually read that document?
I have.
You have, okay. And you understand that document is envisioned to encompass both Alabama Power, Mississippi Power, and Georgia Power together.
That's correct. It's a Southern Company MOU. That's correct.
Would you agree or disagree that the United States government is probably one of your top 3 customers in the state of Georgia?
I would, when you total up all the facilities, I would believe it would be, yes.
We're probably the largest customer, aren't we?
It wouldn't surprise me. I don't know. But probably right up there.
I think 25 federal agencies take service from Georgia Power. Does that sound about right to you?
It doesn't surprise me, no.
But you would agree that the Department of Defense is clearly, within all the federal government, the largest customer with our 7 major military installations here.
Sure.
At the moment, the Department of Defense and the rest of the government have an executive order, 14057, which mandates, it's not a goal, it's a mandate, that by 2030, 100% of our aggregate load, our total usage, has to be met by non-carbon resources. That includes nuclear, hydro, solar, wind, any other new technology we come up with. But it includes nuclear and hydro. I didn't see anything in this update to address the government's requirement that we have a decarbonized load for our use, not the whole system, by 2030. I see some battery at 2 Air Force bases, but why didn't you include our requirements in your IRP, since we're one of your existing customers, not some potential future hypothetical customer in the future?
So commissioners, we're looking to serve all customers. And so the memorandum of understanding is to work with you all on projects that can help you meet that goals, and we will. But at the end of the day, we've got to look at the commission's policies and the commission processes, and again, do it for reliability, economics, and transitioning to it. So we don't, unless there's a subscription program, we don't deploy specific resources for specific companies. So while we are going to work with the federal government on this, and we'll work on programs and we'll work on future resources, it doesn't factor directly into all of our planning, because again, we're looking at the cost for all customers. And I know you're a big one, but we've still got to look at everything.
Well, what I heard in your opening statement at the beginning yesterday morning was the word extraordinary, I think 5 or 6 times. And I'm not trying to be critical, but you mentioned, I think, that there are 51 potential projects that you're chasing, a third of which are in your service territory in the future. Was that the number I heard, 51? Is that correct?
Correct. There are 51 customers looking for service.
Those are not your current customers. Those are future potential customers, correct? For economic development purposes, which I'm not criticizing, but those are not current customers, correct?
So current is about 14 are our customers. The other one are potential.
I'm not trying to be combative. Please don't mistake my tone. I'm frustrated that we're probably your biggest customer, and nothing in this IRP addresses any of our needs, which are substantial. Yet I think this IRP could include a lot of resources that could help meet our needs. So let's talk about those resources. I know that we're building a lot of solar coming up here in the next 10 or 15 years. I understand that.
Right.
Why haven't you reached out to the Army to talk to the Army about putting more solar on Fort Moore, Fort Eisenhower, Fort Stewart, Hunter Army Airfield, along with battery storage? To my knowledge, and I work for the Army, you haven't even talked to us about those possibilities.
Yeah, so again, I can't speak to all the company personnel that are engaged in this effort. But I mean, again, we have the MOU. We'll work on that with the federal government. I don't personally do all those activities, but again, we're looking at the entire customer base and the entire customer forecast. So you were mentioning the new customers. We're always planning to meet the loads of existing customers plus new customers.
Commissioner Eccles mentioned that might be a good idea to put some of these battery storage programs on military bases. We're in the update right now, and you haven't even talked to us, and you can't even explain why. You just put up on Southern Company. I'm talking to Georgia Power right now. You have solar right now on every military base in Georgia, correct? Been there for years.
I mean, I don't know about every base, but I know we have them on a lot of them. I just can't remember all the bases.
Okay. Well, the seven major installations all have Georgia Power owned solar on them now.
Okay, I believe you.
Right. And you now have an update that includes battery for 2 Air Force bases, but nothing for the Navy or any of the Army installations, correct?
So we focused on the 2 largest
You have
solar
marine
facilities
base,
first.
Submarine base.
Submarine base and marine base. Right. But no battery for any of them in this current update.
Not in this update, that's correct. We are still looking at potential opportunities. And again, Southern has that understanding, but yes, it involves the retail operating companies, and we'll work with the federal government on it. I just don't know what the latest status of those activities are.
Yes, and to add to that, I do believe we are meeting with one of the federal branches within the next coming weeks to talk about our resiliency programs that are filed in this case, the DER programs.
So if the commission included language in its final order directing the company to come up with a plan to actually put more solar and more battery on the military installations, the company would comply with that, correct?
Yes, we would.
I'm going to bounce around, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I had a long list. Half my stuff has already been covered. So I apologize if I seem a little scattershot here.
No problem.
But let me interrupt you. Just the first question that I asked y'all yesterday was, how can we get more out of what we already have? And we haven't looked at the military other than the 2 you mentioned, but we haven't taken a comprehensive look that you know of. We haven't talked to Jacksonville about, about their disgruntled portion of Vogel that we could take. I just almost feels like we're in a hurry, that we're, rushing. And I just wonder, when we're rushing, I wonder if we more prone to make a mistake. And you've heard from some of the commission, we don't want to make a mistake here. So do you feel like we're rushing here?
I feel like we had to act pretty quickly to take advantage of the forecast that we see and to make sure that we can support the load from the customers that want to come to the state of Georgia. But we've identified good resources. Have we looked at every single one of them? No. Do we continue to need to look at them? Yes, but we've still got lots of needs beyond just 28. And so as we talk about the federal government and working with these projects, we've still got the opportunity to do that.
This update, the current plan, it includes essentially the construction of new combustion turbine CT assets, correct?
That's correct.
And those are going to be dual fuel, natural gas and oil?
That's correct.
And I heard the word hydrogen. And again, I'm not an economist or a civil engineer, but my understanding is that it's possible to modify or build or buy combustion turbines that could run on hydrogen gas. Do you agree that is an engineering feasibility?
Yeah, and I believe we had this question yesterday, right. And the the machines that we're going to deploy at Yates are capable of burning hydrogen. It's the issue of, and the economics of getting that hydrogen supply for that CT.
Right. And that's what I want to ask you about right now, because that's a critical component. Without putting any additional costs on any other ratepayer other than the federal government, let's say the Department of Defense specifically. If the Department of Defense came to you and said, we have got to decarbonize, and hydrogen gas is something that can be burned that we consider to be carbon free, right? Because it's hydrogen. And we understand that hydrogen gas at the current market price is 10 times the cost of natural gas for just the fuel, right? But we're willing to pay that premium so that we can say that we've decarbonized our portion of the load. Would the company be willing to work with us to say, okay, one of these turbines will have it run hydrogen and gas, and the Department of Defense will pay the premium for that extra cost, that delta between natural gas at $5 a million therm, whatever it is, decatherm, compared to hydrogen gas? Would the company be willing to do that?
So under the MOU, we would have those discussions, and we would, we could work with you on if it was a project that we felt we could bring to this commission and it would benefit you and other customers, we would be open to those discussions.
Right. And would you agree that hydrogen gas is controversial in the sense that blue hydrogen is generally produced using fossil fuels? Would you agree that you understand that concept?
I understand there's several colors of hydrogen. I believe that's correct. But yeah, I think it's not just hydrogen. It's the amount, the manner in which you source that hydrogen that's important.
Right. And that green hydrogen gas in a perfect world is manufactured using solar or wind for the electricity to actually make the gas.
Yeah, that's my understanding, yes.
And you, Georgia Power, you haven't put any money into potentially developing a hydrogen gas manufacturing facility. You essentially ignored that source of a carbon pollution free fuel, correct?
You're talking about producing hydrogen gas?
Yeah, to burn in your turbines.
Yeah, so I know we had the test burn at Plant McDonough for hydrogen through that machine, but as far as generating gas, I'm not familiar with that. I don't know if someone at the southern level is doing it or not. We're not usually in the gas production business from a electric utility standpoint at Georgia Power, but I don't know what our status there is.
Right. But from a reducing your carbon footprint concept, that would be something that might be helpful. Set aside the costs. I'm talking about just to reduce your carbon footprint. You would be capable theoretically as a billion-dollar company to invest in a hydrogen gas production facility if it could reduce your carbon footprint, correct?
Yeah, and so we've got the hydrogen microgrid project that the commission approved last year to start giving us some experience with hydrogen. I just can't speak to every single effort that Southern Company's looking at from an R&D standpoint on carbon-free energy and those types of sources. Not saying we're not doing it. I'm just not involved in that. I'm not aware of what our efforts are.
And you would agree with me that obviously hydrogen costs a lot more than natural gas in the current market environment, correct?
That's my understanding. Yes, that's correct.
But that it takes leaders to start the process of trying to reduce costs by getting to scale.
Like any technology development, it takes takes effort.
But what you're suggesting is if they go to hydrogen, they come back to this commission to get the revenue to produce that hydrogen going to the ratepayer. Is that correct?
I am not suggesting
sit in
that.
this seat sometime,
Right.
And when you talk about converting to hydrogen, and tomorrow I have to write a check to the IRS for my payment toward my income tax, and as an American citizen taxpayer, you sit over here, it's a little different story. And you got John Kerry, part of this administration, flying around the world in his own private plane, and you talk to me about carbon?
Commissioner McDonald, I can't speak to the rest of the government. What I can speak to is we don't want other ratepayers to subsidize the government's energy requirements. And certainly my job is to protect the fisc. I've been doing that for many years, and I understand. We want the federal government to spend a reasonable amount of money for carbon-free electric generation. We obviously don't want to spend 10 times what the market is, but there is a delta to get down to where we need to go. I do appreciate obviously protecting taxpayer dollars, and we don't want to overspend for electricity, but technology does have to start somewhere. And ultimately these costs will be reduced. The more we can build it, the cheaper it will get over time.
Yeah, you mentioned the subbase, Commissioner mentioned the subbase. I mean, just 12 miles as the crow flies from the subbase is a hydrogen production facility that Plug Power runs that they've just expanded with lots of electrolyzers. So the fuel is right there. If, say, we wanted to do something at the subbase where they paid more, it just doesn't sound like we've explored all of these options at this
So
time.
we can explore those options. I think in this case, we've talked about the critical nature of the timing. I'm not sure we can get it done and avoid the resources we're identifying here, but Commissioner, we're always willing to work with customers, especially the ones we've got the MOU with. So we're definitely going to work with you how we can.
Let me ask you about pump storage, because I know we're talking about a 5-year update here, right? This is the window we're looking at today is 5 years.
Yeah. So for the next, yes, through 2028. That's correct.
2020. Okay.
Mhm.
So my understanding is that Georgia Power has been enthusiastic about accepting Department of Energy grant money. I think it's 2.7 million for a pilot program to determine if the Rocky Mountain the Rocky Mountain hydroelectric facility could be converted to pump storage. Are you aware of that?
I'm not, but I know Rocky Mountain's already a pump storage hydro facility that Oglethorpe actually operates and we own a portion of. So I don't know the status of the DOE, but Rocky Mountain's already been pump storage.
I misspoke. I meant Bartlett's Ferry.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Just want to make sure I was right. Yeah. So Bartlett's Ferry, which we're modernizing 1 through 4 that we got approved in the 2019 IRP. But I do know that we're engaged on the DOE front.
Right. And my understanding is that Rocky Mountain produces about 1,000 megawatt from 3 turbines now. Is that your understanding about that?
Rocky Mountain would, that Bartlett's not. I don't think Bartlett Ferry's that.
Bartlett's 173. I'm going back to Rocky Mountain.
Okay, just want to make sure we're talking about the right one. So, yeah, so Rocky Mountain's quite large, yes.
Now, Alabama Power spent years trying to develop Chandler Mountain as a pump storage facility in Alabama. That was going to be 1,600 megawatts. Are you familiar with that project?
I'm not familiar with the details of the project, but I know they were working on it, and it did not get approved to move forward, is my understanding.
Correct. So just to give you some background, the Alabama Public Service Commission preemptively stated that they were not going to support it because of a cost problem. And ultimately, Alabama Power decided to pull their permit from FERC for that project. So that project is dead.
That's my understanding.
Right. Is there any legal or scientific or engineering reason why Georgia Power couldn't have picked up where Alabama Power was and acquired that asset or come to a deal with Alabama Power, a PPA with Alabama Power to finish that, even if Alabama ratepayers wouldn't pay for it, that Georgia Power could have gotten that 1,600 megawatts through pump storage, which would have been ready by 2030?
Well, I think the same issues on cost would apply to Georgia Power just like it did to Alabama Power. So I can't speak to what Alabama wants to do with that project. It could be that they want to go at it again later. I don't know. So they didn't approach us. I'm not sure we've approached them. But again, pump storage hydro is a great resource, but it's hard to build new ones.
You talk about cost. Wouldn't it have been cheaper just to keep coal plants running for the next 50 years instead of building Vogtle 3 and 4? Aren't those nuclear kilowatt hours more expensive than if you just kept running coal plants forever?
So from a kilowatt hour standpoint, the most efficient units we have on the entire fleet are the Vogtle units.
You
And so the
can't
vote-
speak out of both sides of your mouth here now. You want to do one or the other, how you want to do it?
Well, at some point, you're running coal in this PPA because it's the cheapest way to get power, right?
So for the Mississippi PPA,
Power one.
again, it's from their system. The value of the Mississippi PPA is the fact that it's existing resources that we can have available to serve the earlier need years.
But you would agree that different resources cost different amounts. They're not all 9 cents a kilowatt hour to run, correct?
Absolutely. And every resource has limitations or lack of limitations. They've got different dispatchability. That's why a diverse fleet is so important.
Batteries, for example, are extremely expensive compared to just running gas plants 24 hours a day, right?
You're talking about upfront cost, or which cost you're talking about?
That's the battery electric storage systems. That's a lot, right? The cost to install those facilities, but we're doing it anyway because that's the right thing to do, correct?
But we're having to add resources though. That's why we're identifying. You asked compared to a gas plant. I didn't know if you were referring to an existing gas plant or not, but yeah, we've identified those as resources we need to deploy and can deploy.
What is Georgia Power's plan for future pump storage? other than this pilot project at Bartlett's Ferry. Do you have any ambitious plans to build 1,000 megawatt pump storage anywhere in the state? So we've got 15 hydroelectric dams now.
We do. And commissioners, when we look at our technology screening applications and when we look at our planning process, pump storage hydro does not screen in from a cost, or you're right, cost is not the only thing, but when we look at it, it does not show as a dominant solution to deploy. Doesn't mean we can't look at it, but that's why it's not on the forefront of what we're looking at. It's challenging. The ones we have are great, and they have some value, but when we look at deploying resources, pump storage hydro economically does not filter in as one of the best economic choices for deploying in the state.
Mr. Chairman, may I have a moment to consult Mr. Hewitson on a document?
Go ahead.
I was asking. Yes. I just won't be able to. Yeah. Yeah, you can talk about what's up there. Mr. Grubb, I'm looking at a document called Candidate Technology Assumptions. It's marked as a trade secret, so I can't mention the numbers, but there are a bunch of different technologies on here. Are you familiar with this document? Can I refresh your recollection?
Is it from this filing?
It's table 2, yeah. Can I just show it to you?
Yeah, sure. Table
You
2
can ask the
and
chairman to show it to you.
resource.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Permission to approach the witness.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Is it in this one? Yeah, I will just make sure it may be in the original one. Let me look. So that's the supplemental. I believe we've got it. I think so. I think I'm sorry. Sure we got it. Oh, you're good. Yeah, I am familiar with it. So let me make sure I'm looking at it. Yeah, okay, we got it. Yes, sir. We got it. Thank you.
Mr. Grubb, now that we're both looking at the same document,
Yes, sir.
without revealing any trade secrets, can you explain what document you're looking at?
Yeah, so this is the candidate technology assumptions that go into our resource mix study that is developed based on a lot of information that Mr. Bush and his group look at. So these are the performance and cost factors of the resources that we model in the Aurora model that we've updated. We update every year we run these models.
You mentioned 2 or 3 minutes ago before I asked about this, that you told the commission that pump storage just didn't fit the profile. It wasn't economic. But isn't it true you didn't even put it in this table? You didn't even evaluate the numbers?
So Mr. Bush can help me here, but this is the technology assumptions that we actually model. And so we've got an entire process at the company where we screen out technologies based on cost and other factors before we put it in the model. And so commissioners, you'll recall from the 2022 IRP and prior ones, we've kind of got technology application standards, I think is what we call it now. It used to be the old generation technology data book, where we look at the cost of all those resources, but we screen it before we submit it to the models. And so this would indicate that pump storage hydro was not in the models because it was less cost efficient than the resources we did model.
I would just add, the other thing that we keep in our models, Commissioner, are generic, repeatable resources. And pump storage is a very custom, there's no location that you could ever consider it generic or repeatable with that same configuration. They're all very unique, very different, highly capital intensive. And recently he mentioned maybe a 2030 in-service date that is not a possibility. Not a possibility if we began today in Georgia, nor if for some way Georgia could have taken over what Alabama was doing. It would be much closer to a 2040 in-service end date. So it's a long lead time, highly capital intensive project.
And commissioners, we're talking about new pump storage hydro. I think Mr. McNutt mentioned DOE funds for Bartlett's Ferry. That would be looking at an existing hydro facility pump storage, which is different. And so to Mr. Bush's point, it's not generic. and we don't model it, we'll study that, but we were talking more along new pump storage hydro like the Chandler Mountain that he mentioned at Alabama. So,
Right. So is it fair to say then that the company has effectively written off new pump storage as a resource for the next 20 years? Is that a fair statement?
Mr. McNutt, let me give you a commissioner's perspective as you keep talking about pump storage hydro. So we're unlike other states in that we go through an intensive integrated resource planning process every 3 years. And because we update that plan so frequently, it gives us the opportunity to over time look and evaluate it. Consider it like gates. Have you ever went out and if you ever been on a farm where you had to go out and feed animals and you had to like go through a series of gates because you've got to move the cattle to be able to get into different sections of the farm to be able to eat? Have you ever done anything like that on a ranch?
I worked on a ranch for 6 months in Miles City, Montana. Yes.
There you
So
go. Okay,
I've moved
so
cows, not on a horse, usually
so
on
you know what?
on a four-wheeler.
So you get through a gate and you close the gate and you go, that's just not economical and right for us right now. That's where pump storage hydro is. In terms of future technologies, whether it's hydrogen of any color of the rainbow, those are emerging and coming. But in the same respect that I would want them to pay employees to model new coal development. Do you know what I mean? It's you go through a gate and you realize what's effective, and then you utilize that and the staffing resources that they have to get us to the most effective outcome. That's all.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. Absolutely. I'm going to wrap up here in just a minute, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask you about your projected energy sales. I'm looking at a chart here in gigawatt hours that shows that from 2012 to 2024, that the company's actuals have been around 30,000 gigawatt hours a year. Would you generally agree that those numbers are about accurate?
do you have that information or the document that you're looking at?
Mr. Chairman, permission to approach?
Yes, sir. You did learn something, didn't you?
Like I said, Commissioner, this is my first time for the GPSC.
Is this in the?
I want to make sure.
Just want to make sure you look the right way.
Just a second. That's a 1, 2, yeah, 1, 2.
Commercial energy sales. Okay, we got it.
Yes, make sure we're on the same page. Thank you.
Now that I've shown you the document, you have it in front of you, Mr. Grubb?
Yes, we do. It's page 6 in the load forecast of the main filing in October.
So would you agree with me that the actual gigawatt hours from 2012 to 2024 are about 30,000 gigawatt hours on an annual basis?
So you said again, talking about energy, you say 30?
Correct. From 2012 to 2024, your gigawatt hours in sales have been flat.
Oh, I'm on the wrong one. I'm sorry, I was on the wrong one.
Is it 1.2.3-1?
Yes.
So this is commercial energy sales, not
Correct,
total.
correct.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was on the wrong one. Yes, so that one. Yes, so that's correct.
So sales have been flat for the last 12 years. Is that a fair statement?
For that class of customers?
For commercial?
Yeah, for commercial, that is a correct statement.
Okay. And then, and I'm not trying to be facetious, but this forecast projects essentially a doubling of that in the next 4 years. 2028, you're projecting 60,000 gigawatt hours in sales to commercial?
Yeah, that is correct.
Right. You're going to double your energy sales to commercial customers in the next 4 years.
That is the nature of the request. It's truly unprecedented. Yes, that is correct.
Well, in 4 years, I hope to see you here again, and we can ask you how accurate that projection was, because for 12 years, it's been flat, and now you're projecting to double it.
We'll be here
in the next 96 months.
Yeah, this commission will get to see every year. We'll update it. And again, commissioners, as we talked about, these customers, these commercial customers that we've got in this forecast are multiple times larger than what we've wanted customer choice in some years. And so it's just a change in the economy and the types of commercial customers that the whole nation is seeing.
Is it true what I've heard about one client, one potential client, or I don't know, it may be an existing client that you've already won. But it's a data center with multiple locations that the total load is somewhere around 1,000 megawatts.
That's correct.
So some of them even larger.
Excuse me,
Some of them even larger than 1,000 megawatt.
for one customer.
One customer, sorry.
And so again, so just to hit that, when we look at that customer and we look at the cost and the pricing, we capture all of that in there and the cost it takes to serve that. But that's why the opportunity to put downward pressure on rates, these loads are so large that it gives you a lot bigger base to spread those costs over. Because of the magnitude.
Hopefully they're gonna provide a lot of jobs too.
And you were right, Commissioner, that was a project not speculative, but that we have won.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the commission for its time today and for indulging me in my questioning. I appreciate the commission taking the time to listen to me. Thank you so much.
Good to have you. Welcome to Georgia. And for providing a little entertainment today.
Sir, I was going to break out the confetti, but my colleagues who receive us said not to do it.
Walmart. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is also my first time here,
Welcome.
but this is my hometown, so I feel at home already. I just have some mostly clarifications from the questions that you've been asked and really appreciate your time and attention to all the questions the interveners have asked. All of my questions are coming from your direct testimony. So if you have that handy, I'm going to refer to the pages within your direct testimony.
Yes, ma'am. Let us flip to that real quickly.
Sure. No, you got a lot of paper there.
Yeah.
The
All right.
first bit of questions is related to section 5 of your testimony about the DER and demand response solutions. And on page 42, you describe DER customer co-location programs where Georgia Power would own, operate, maintain, and control a dispatchable DER of 10 megawatt or greater at customer premises. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, on page 42, lines 16 to 17, you referenced a program agreement between the co-location customer and Georgia Power. Do you have an idea of the number of years that program agreement would be for?
Sure. So the co-location program is the program where Georgia Power will own that asset. It will be dispatched for capacity and energy benefits, just like any of other resources, but it will also be available for that host customer, that participating customer's resiliency needs. So as such that it will be utilized by the system for the life of the asset, the contract will be for the life of the asset.
Okay, so it's the life of the particular asset that's dispatched at the customer site.
That's correct.
And do you already have customers, without naming anyone, do you already have customers who have indicated to Georgia Power that they're interested in participating in this program?
Yes, we have customers that are interested, various stages of development and things like that. But yes, we're beginning to have those conversations a little bit more concretely. We've had conversations preliminarily as we designed the program. But as we've developed it and filed it, we've had more and customers are interested. Yes.
Okay, thank you. At page 43, lines 7 to 25, you're describing your DER customer-owned program where Georgia Power will operate and control a customer-owned new dispatchable DER of 1 megawatt or greater. How much notice would Georgia Power plan to provide to these customers of Georgia Power's intent to use the customer-owned DER?
1 second. I don't believe that was outlined in the tariffs that we filed last week, but let me reference those real quick. Yeah, we have not out, that would be something that we'd outline later in the agreement that was referenced. We will give some notice to customers, but again, those assets for the term of that shortened agreement. Now, this program that was referenced, the customer-owned program, won't be for the life of the asset. That will be for a shorter duration through 2031. At that point, we'll reevaluate those contracts and the benefit that those resources can provide to the system. So we will have some notification to the customer, but those assets during the contract period will also be under the control of Georgia Power.
Sure. And I think you were trying to answer two questions at once that I had. You said that you'll outline the notice provision in the agreement. Do you have a general idea? Like, would it be half hour, 1 hour, hours, something like that, or really almost moments notice sort of thing?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we finalize that right now. Typically, with these programs that we have on currently available, we do provide some notice to the customer.
Okay. And for the programs you have online right now, what sort of notice, like an average of amount of time we're talking about?
Let me look.
Thank you.
So for the DER demand response credit rider that's currently available for customers that are also enrolled in the resiliency asset service tariff, that was both of which were approved in the 2022 IRP. On the tariff, we say the company will notify the customer at least 30 minutes prior to each time the customer must provide demand reductions via that asset.
Okay, thank you. And then you were referring to their program agreement again for this particular DER customer-owned program. I think you said the program agreement would be through 2031, so it's a shorter duration contract. So it would be like 2024 to 2031, something like that.
Whenever the asset is available and gets certified by the commission, again, both of these programs, the company-owned program and the co-location program, are going to be structured as supply-side assets. So individually, these resources will come back before the commission for certification, and based on that and that COD date of the asset would dictate the contract length.
Okay.
And because different assets have different availabilities, right? And things like that. We're not structuring a minimum requirement or a minimum notification because different types of resources can provide different benefits, and that might vary. Not significantly, but we are allowing some flexibility in there given the contracts and the different types of resources that can fit under it.
Sure, but you would expect that the program agreement itself with that particular customer would provide that sort of notice parameter.
Absolutely.
Okay. On page 46, you start a discussion about the proposed curtailable load program. And on page 47 at line 19, you say Georgia Power will require demonstration on a regular basis. How frequently is a regular basis that you're referring to there?
Sure. So on the tariff that was filed last week, we have a section for demonstrations, and that reads, the customer will be required to demonstrate the ability to achieve their contracted firm demand level on an annual basis.
Okay. And demonstration, can you just explain what it is you would be asking the customer to do?
Sure. It would essentially be a response like they were contracted to otherwise. The demonstration is to ensure, even though we might not, and hopefully do not, for prolonged periods, have reliability events which require the program to operate, we need to ensure that that load still is there and the customer is able to react and participate in the program. So that just ensures that that resource, which we're relying on from a demand reduction, is there every year.
And that demonstration will be something that you have coordinated with that particular customer so that, they're ready for it.
We'll give them the same notice that we would under a otherwise event.
Okay. So they would know that it's a demonstration, that it's not actually being called upon for some event.
Probably. Yeah. Their response should be the same either way.
Sure. And then a little bit further on page 47, lines 20 to 21, you say there will be updated compliance incentive. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Can you repeat that page and line again? I was flipping back and forth between the
Sure.
tariff and the
It's
testimony.
page 47, lines 20 to 21. You said there's an updated compliance incentive in this curtailable load program. Can you just explain what you mean?
Sure, I will flip back to the tariff now.
Sure.
So under the compliance incentive portion, this talks about if a customer fails to respond to an event or so if I mean I can read it. If the customer fails to comply and does and meet their firm demand level during a demand response event or a demonstration, then the company may enforce a compliance incentive or terminate the agreement. The compliance incentive will be determined based on the demand response value lost by the company. So again, because we're putting this program on the resource ledger, there's a value there that we're anticipating receiving from these customers' reduction in load during critical events. So if we have been paying a customer under this contract to provide that benefit to the system and it does not materialize, then we've essentially been paying for something we didn't receive. Right. So in the event that they did not perform as contracted, we would enforce a compliance incentive that provided the difference between the value we did receive and what we paid.
Thank you. Again, in relation to the curtailable load program, you referenced multi-year commitments. How long would you expect those commitments to be?
Under the term of service on the tariff, the CL agreement will be based on a 6-year term of service.
Thank you. You were asked many questions about the additional sum. I am not going to reiterate those, but did you consider not including additional sum with the PPAs as part of this 2023 IRP update?
We did not. We're looking to be consistent with the 2022 IRP.
Are you required to include the additional sum with the PPAs?
So we're allowed by law. So it's not required, but it is something that we've always asked for on PPAs and also DSM and other aspects of the plans.
Okay. I want to turn now to some questions about modeling. You've also been asked a lot of questions about modeling. So I'm not going to belabor those. When was your new probabilistic model developed?
It was developed between December and the early days of January of 2023.
Between December
of 2022,
Okay.
early January 2023.
And that is a proprietary model, you said?
Yes, it was developed in-house.
Okay. Now, earlier, I think it was you, Mr. Valle, you were talking about how the customer information related to this modeling, you gathered information about customers who have identified sites within Georgia. They have engaged Georgia Power for electric service, and then the customer gives Georgia Power a ramp up information. Is there any other information those customers are providing? Or is that, those are the 3 bits of information you were referencing?
Those are the basic pieces. There is also like the class, like if it's a residential commercial, the segment. There's some other identifiers and things that go into the model, but they're derived by the nature of the business.
Okay. You also referred to 17,000 megawatts in the pipeline. How did you determine what was in the pipeline versus, the 7,000 that you're sure of? I'm trying to understand, how did you even come up with the 17,000 in the pipeline in the first place?
Absolutely. The 17,000 megawatts, it's the amount of megawatts that we are tracking, that we were tracking at the time of developing this forecast. So there's a dynamic tool that, as a new customer approaches Georgia Power for electric service and had provided all the information necessary, it gets added into that tracking system and it becomes part of the total.
And so is the 17,000, are those, that's the total number of megawatts for these particular new customers. But then of that, you were saying like 7,000 of that would be the customers who have decided to site in Georgia, decided Georgia Power is going to be their provider, and have engaged you for electrical service and provided you with the ramp up plan.
Correct. Of the
Okay.
17,000 megawatts, around 7,000 is the size of the external adjustment that we are including in the forecast.
Okay, thank you. On page 19 of your direct testimony at lines 15 to 17, you referenced a Monte Carlo simulation and analysis. Is this the analysis about which you were testifying in response to questions from Ms. Whitfield and Commissioner Pridemore yesterday?
Yeah, that is correct. So,
Okay.
so the model, again, the Monte Carlo model is designed to answer two questions. First, will the customer become a Georgia Power customer? Yes or no? And then if the answer is yes, then we assess the load realization amount and include some potential delays. And so in order to assess and evaluate all of these combinations, there is a mathematical technique very widely used for these situations that is called Monte Carlo, and that's what we use to inform the load for our customers.
Okay, and that was the one wherein the results referenced as P50 were statistically most likely?
So the result of a Monte Carlo simulation, regardless if it's load or something else, is a distribution of outcomes. That's what we've been referring as the range. And so is one output in the form of a distribution.
Okay, and that was a result of you running the Monte Carlo simulation and analysis for this IRP?
Correct. One of the points along that range,
Okay.
yes.
Now I want to jump a little bit and talk briefly about EV growth. On page 17 at lines 3 to 5, Georgia Power identified large load economic development projects, one of which you say in that paragraph or that sentence is the EV industry. And you talked a lot about the data center load and that being a large, at 80% of the load. And then I think they're figure 1 on page 17. Is that showing the new load?
Yes, so figure 1 on page 17 correspond to the amount of customers that have selected Georgia Power by year. Is meant to represent and illustrate the changing trend that we have seen from pre-2021 until what we have today.
And would that include that the 7,000 megawatts of the customers that you say you won?
Yes, so these are the customers won.
Okay,
Yes.
got it.
And so the 7,000, it's made up of customers that we have won and prospective customers as well.
Okay. Can you put a percentage on the new load that is represented by the EV industry?
Not at the top of my head, but we have that information. We can provide those.
And to be clear, when we talk about the EV industry, we're talking about manufacturing of EVs, not just EV usage for charging. So that's in the forecast, but what we're talking about here in terms of the change we've seen in the economy, it's more it's the EV car manufacturing facilities more than EV charging.
Okay, thank you for that clarification because that was not completely clear. Would you have information about the percentage of the EV car manufacturing separate from the EV charging load in your forecast?
The car manufacturers, yet we track that individually. For the EV charging load, the way that we forecast the EV load is the load that is the energy that goes into the car. We don't make the distinction by charger. We just identify the charging patterns, and we make sure that we capture that piece into the forecast.
And is that information included in this 2023 IRP update, or it's not?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's part of the total forecast and
It's
it's an
part-
external adjustment too, I believe.
So, yeah,
So
correct.
that's how we know the EV charging part of the load. So it's somewhere in a model or data request that we can track that down for you.
Okay, sure. That would be it would be important information to have in that, if the EV charging load changes substantially, it's something that could change substantially, as the fleets become electrified and you do have very large EV charging fleet hub needs, that could potentially impact your load forecast. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, we do. Sorry. And I think one other point to make is, the need for generation is always based on what we need for the peak. And so rate design and other things can help dampen the need or the contribution from that to the peak. But, yeah, I agree that that's part of the forecast.
Sure, and it can impact future load forecasts to the extent that large swaths of companies like Walmart electrify their fleets and have need for an EV hub to charge their trucks that are delivering goods and services.
Yeah, that is part of the forecast. We
That's
have we have a light duty section of the forecast and we have a medium to heavy duty, which will be capturing what Walmart would be adding to the system.
And that's actually information you could kind of break out so it would be a little bit more visible to those of us that want to see it.
Absolutely. I think it would be trade secret, but under the right disclosures, we can share it. Yes.
Sure, thank you. I want to talk briefly about your carbon dioxide forecast assumptions, and mainly to clarify some things that I believe I heard yesterday. I was trying to take good notes, but just want to make sure. I think yesterday you told us that for your 2023 IRP update, you used the same CO2 forecast assumptions that you had with your 2022 IRP. Is that right?
They were similar. They weren't exactly the same. We had I think 2 more cases in the 22 IRP that we did not include in this one, but it's similar in that we look at a range of scenarios to capture carbon pressure. Sorry.
Excuse me, when you say the carbon forecast, do you mean a carbon price forecast or a carbon production forecast? Could you clarify what you mean there?
I believe it's the production forecast. You were speaking about having a carbon tax, could be the price forecast really, because you talked about a carbon tax in 2025 for the resource mix study. Is that right?
Yeah, so we got some questions around the timing of carbon, but that's correct. So when you look at the resource mix study and those scenarios, you're right. That's either a price or a limit on emissions that we model to look at different carbon pressures.
Okay, so what I wanted to confirm is that I think you said that the CO2 tax was put in 2025 for the resource mix study, but in 2030 for the economic study. Was that right?
I would have to go verify that. Just like yesterday, I didn't verify it last night. I think the economic analysis was a little earlier vintage, so it may have the earlier carbon date than the expansion plan. Just on the energy portion of that. So I would have to verify it, but I just can't remember what the start date in the expansion plan is for carbon, but I think it may be 30. I just can't remember. I need to confirm that.
Okay. And so that's something you can confirm for everybody.
It's probably somewhere in here.
Okay, sure.
can't find it.
I wanted to make sure I understood what you were talking about yesterday.
Yes,
What's
ma'am.
the difference in the 2 years? Why select the 2 different time periods?
So each year when we do our system planning process and the scenario planning, you're usually looking at carbon a few years out. And so we usually, as we go year to year, we just move that out generally. It's not based on any certain rule or any certain proposed bill. So we're just looking at the time that we think you could, in the model, start responding to it. And it will differ sometimes on the cases. So I just can't remember what that year is. My apologies.
Sure, no problem. Would you agree that there is still a significant pressure to reduce carbon and to help your commercial and industrial customers meet sustainability goals?
Yes, I would. And that is exactly why we've continued to evaluate those scenarios and that carbon pressure, both in the economic analysis and the resource mix study. And again, as we've talked about, that's one of the drivers in the fleet transition, along with reliability and economics.
And I believe in response to some questions from Mr. Dunbar yesterday, you said you were generally familiar with some customers' clean energy goals, but maybe not in specific. Is that correct?
That's correct. We didn't know specific ones, but we know many of our customers do. And as we're in discussions with those customers, whether they're looking at the state or anything like that, we're often in discussions with them on the programs that we offer and how we can help them with those goals. So yeah, we just don't know specific customer goals. There's a lot of them. So.
Sure. I believe there was some testimony from the commercial group, and that was the Director of Energy Services from Walmart, Steve Chris, in the 2022 IRP. And Walmart in September of 2020 made a public announcement that its sustainability goals are to be supplied 100% by renewable energy by 2035 and zero CO2 emissions in its own operations, including fleet transportation vehicles without offsets by 2040. Had you heard that information before?
Not that, I mean, if it was in the 2022 RP, it just means I can't recall, but yeah, so those are some of the drivers behind, those are the drivers behind the subscription programs that we do and get approved by the commission on our renewable solicitations.
And you're willing to work with customers like Walmart and other customers in the commercial and industrial area to help them meet these sustainability goals?
Absolutely, always.
Do you have any stakeholder meetings currently with the C&I customers related specifically to meeting their carbon emission reduction and sustainability goals?
So I know we have a lot of key account reps in the company, and national accounts reps that works with those different customers. I'm not sure the discussions they're having, but we do know that there's a lot of customer need for those types of programs that we take into account. But I'm not personally involved in those conversations, but I know we're constantly having them, is my understanding.
Sure. Would Georgia Power be interested, or would you favor having or starting stakeholder engagement meetings with C&I customers to kind of generically talk through ways where all the different customers could meet these sustainability goals?
I believe our customer groups are already having those conversations with those customers.
Okay. I know Walmart's a participant of the Georgia Power Renewable Energy Development Initiative program. Is that one of the entities that would be talking about these sort of goals?
So the READY program was a subscription program for the renewables.
Okay.
And so that's one of the ways in which Walmart's able to get those renewable energy credits towards its goals. So I know that there's again, our customer reps understand the sustainability goals of those customers.
Yeah,
Sure.
and to add to that, as Mr. Grubb said, I know Walmart has a national account rep that regularly schedules meetings with company experts to make sure we're aware of Walmart's goals and what Walmart's requirements are, whether it be through existing programs or existing facilities to serve or new facilities to serve. So I feel like we're in very good contact with Walmart, and we're always providing the company experts making company experts available to have discussions.
Sure. And I was really speaking more generally. We work with Walmart in many states across the country, and in regard to other different utilities do have stakeholder engagement meetings where a variety of C&I customers and also residential customers can provide feedback to potential IRP goals and that sort of thing. And I just wondered if you would be open to that sort of stakeholder engagement meeting process.
Again, I think that the conversations that our customer reps are having, they can holistically bring that together and help us incorporate it into plans.
Okay, thank you. And my last question relates to your direct testimony on page 12 at lines 15 to 22. And there you explain why no action was necessary before filing in this particular docket based on your budget 2023 load forecast.
So that's line.
It was
21 and
lines
22
15 to 22.
on page 12. Yes.
Yes.
Just 1 second. Yeah, that's correct. What we're talking about there is, even though the load forecast went up between the 2022 IRP and that fall of 22 after the IRP, for our budget 23 forecast, it did not change the year in which we needed to add capacity resources to meet our target reserve margin.
Okay, so would Georgia Power plan to act any differently if a similar load trend is revealed in creating its budget 2025 load forecast this August?
So we've addressed we've identified resources to meet the advanced capacity need here. So depending on what comes out of this proposal from a resource standpoint, we will be updating the load forecast every year, and then we'll take actions accordingly. The all source RFP is set up well to handle the winter, anything needed the end of 28 through 31. But we would just have to adjust it. But again, that RFP is going to be able to capture any changes in that capacity projected in those years. And so we will update it every year. In the 25 IRP, we'll have an updated load forecast in it.
And so I guess I'm getting at, if by August of this year, while you're preparing your budget 2025 load forecast, if you see substantial changes, such as changes that you saw that prompted this docket, would you do something differently in terms of notifying the commission, the parties, that sort of thing, that, hey, we're seeing this. We haven't had a chance to update our forecast yet, but we're just giving you warning. We're going to have to make some changes.
Yeah, so a few things there. One, if it increased the need prior to 2028, like we've talked about on the flex capacity option, we would address it there. Otherwise, it would be in the other. So it would depend on the magnitude of it, what actions it impacted in the IRP. But if it was a drastic change, we could look at giving folks heads up.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with all of you and with the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Redirect?
Yes, sir.
What?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I guess for the record, but not you, Steve Hewitson on behalf of Georgia Power Company. I'm going to sort of go backwards in time if I can, or in reverse order, and start where Mr. McNutt from the Department of Defense was asking you some questions. Now, you looked to existing solar facilities to locate new BESS facilities. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it true that you began with the military facilities that have company-owned solar located adjacent to the installation?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you start there because you could work faster at facilities that are not inside the fence line of the base?
That's correct.
Is it true that for the solar facilities located inside the base fence line, federal government processes would take additional time for you to build those resources?
That's correct.
Okay. Is the company willing to work with the federal government to expand BESS plus solar at its facilities?
Yes.
In fact, if the federal government is willing to pay extra to ensure Georgia Power customers do not pay more, is Georgia Power willing to work with the federal government to explore any option, be it hydro, hydrogen, solar, storage, or even nuclear?
Yes, we would.
All right. Now, Mr. Baker today asked you whether the request in this case included the 500 megawatt of BESS from the 2022 IRP. And I just want to be clear about the request before the commission in this proceeding, because I think some numbers got jumbled there. The company is asking for 1,000 megawatts of BESS in this IRP update. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Grubb, there's been lots of discussion yesterday and today about whether Georgia Power could or should rely on the intercompany interchange contract for future capacity needs rather than signing a PPA with Mississippi Power Company. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
Okay. Why did the company determine it was necessary to sign a PPA with its sister company?
Because those units would have either been retired or sold off system, and we needed certainty that they would be there to serve our customers like they've done today.
Now, Mr. Thomas asked several questions regarding the additional sum for the Mississippi Power Company PPA and suggested that the value of the first 2 years of the PPA does not justify an additional sum. Do you agree with that?
No, I do not. We had to take all 5 years to get those resources that are crucial to meeting the earliest needs in this case. And then also, even though we are above target reserve margin, additional megawatts in this first 2 years do result in higher reliability on the system.
Now, the commission, of course, oversees the company's IRP planning process every 3 years. Is that right?
That's correct.
How many times has the company come back to the commission to update the assumption used in the planning process outside of that normal 3-year cycle?
Yeah, this is the first time, and it's because of the extraordinary growth that we've seen in the state since 2022.
So under normal circumstances, would you say that the IRP process, as overseen by this commission, works pretty well?
Absolutely.
What is the company's track record in terms of reliability, Mr. Grubb?
So from the aspect of a generation fleet to meet our customers' needs, it's one of the best in the nation.
Now, following the 2022 IRP, did the company have sufficient capacity to serve the load that was on the system and under contract at that time?
Yes, through the end of 2028, we did.
Okay. Now, sitting here today, does the company have sufficient capacity to serve the load that is currently on the system and under contract?
Yes, we do through the end of 2028.
Okay. Now, what changed since the commission approved the 2022 IRP on July 21st, 2022?
As we've stated, it's the 40 years of growth that we've seen. And that's 40 years of growth that we've seen in the last 2 years in terms of customers who have selected Georgia Power as their electrical provider. And then also the sustained exponential growth in the customers who want to continue to do business in the state of Georgia.
Now, Ms. Whitfield and some others have asked you about changing the CARES RFP to procure capacity resources rather than just energy resources. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
Now, to procure a capacity resource, the company needs commission approval. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it your understanding that to get that approval, the company must provide an updated load forecast showing the need for that capacity?
That is correct.
Is that exactly what this IRP update is doing, providing an updated load forecast to justify the need for additional capacity?
It is.
Now, there was also a discussion yesterday about the total amount of load the company is planning for. Is the company planning to serve the load of all customers who have the potential to do business within the state of Georgia?
No, there's more than 17,000 megawatts of potential customers looking at the state of Georgia. What we're planning on is the loads resulting from the 4,000 megawatts that have selected us as their electrical provider, and that exponential growth and the continued number of customers who want to do business in Georgia.
Now, in simple terms, Mr. Grubb, what is the company planning for in this IRP update?
So it's the ramp in and the loads from those customers who have selected us as electrical provider and the potential growth. And so we talk about the 17,000, the load forecast is below, a little below half of that, and half of that load forecast is the load from the resources that we've already got under contract.
Now, there were lots of questions yesterday about math and statistics with the suggestion that the company should be planning to serve a lower forecast. If you plan to P50, like Ms. Whitfield suggested by her questions, doesn't that mean there is a 50% chance the load will be higher than what you are planning for?
Yes, that is correct. And just to be clear, planning for that level would imply there is a 50% chance that we don't have enough resources to meet our load.
Now, Mr. Valle, you agreed yesterday that P50 was the most likely result, though, didn't you?
Yes, but from a pure statistical perspective, that is a theoretical most likely outcome.
Okay, well, why don't you plan for the most likely result then?
We don't plan for a mathematical output. We plan for the most likely load that we have to serve for our customers.
Okay, and Mr. Grubb, as the planner, what happens if you don't have capacity to serve the load when it shows up?
Yeah, so we jeopardize the reliability that our customers in this commission expects.
Gentlemen, is this forecasting just a math exercise, or are the company's projections based on something more concrete?
Yeah, no, it's not just a math exercise, as we've mentioned some. It's based on facts. It's tangible projects. It's customer information on potential ramps. And again, you look at that 17,000 megawatts, the load forecast is a little under half of that. And about half of that load forecast is customer growth that we've already won and have under contract.
Now, you were asked several questions today regarding the next rate case and certainty about the impacts of this IRP update on that rate case in 2025. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
Okay, let me ask you this. What would happen if you tabled this request and waited until the 2025 IRP?
We would not be able to serve the load that we have in the forecast.
So the opportunity to provide service to the new economic development load would stall. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
To address this in a reasonable and prudent manner, have you brought a plan to the commission that you believe will help make sure that the state does not lose this opportunity?
Yes, we have.
Do you believe your planning includes the necessary and appropriate assumptions on load and revenue forecasts to enable Georgia Power to bring to this commission a risk-adjusted plan that is expected to lower costs for all customers?
Yes, we do.
Okay. What gives you that confidence, Mr. Grubb?
Just the fact that we're again planning on less than half of the potential growth that we see in the state. And of that load forecast, around half of that we've already got under contract. So that gives us confidence.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your time. Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Georgia Power's exhibits be moved into evidence. I believe they are exhibit numbers 1 through 9.
So, Mark, I got one final question. Yes, sir. I'll sum it up. So you've talked a lot about the timing of this request and the filing, and we talked in depth about the forecast and so forth. So I just, Mr. Thomas asked a question about whether or not there might have been enough time after you brought this need to the staff, enough time to conduct an RFP, and you said, I think you said, I just want to make sure that that y'all have looked at all of the options. Choosing to self-build and not do RFPs. I mean, I just want to make sure you haven't handpicked these projects. So what would your answer be? And I'm asking you, have y'all looked at all of the options before you brought this to us?
So as we've mentioned, we did have to move quickly and identify resources. And so we started with system length because we knew there's two challenges, building anything and transmission. So we looked at system length and we reached out to several market resources that we knew and evaluated a few of those. So that's what we got. After that, there were no other existing resources that we were aware of that wouldn't require an RFP and transmission construction. And so then we looked at the types of generation that we could deploy the quickest and at sites that we knew from a transmission standpoint we could move quickly on. So, and we looked at every single option. I don't know every single option that's out there, but what we have done is we've brought forth an efficient and reliable and flexible resource plan that's backed up by our modeling that shows through 28 purchase power, batteries, and CTs are an optimal solution for customers.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have anyone else have anything else to add before we finish up?
If there was a change to the state's tax credit policy, would that change the load that is expected? Would it change what was needed to generate electricity?
So just to be clear, when you say a tax change, you mean in terms of an increase, decrease on resources? I'm just want to make sure we're understanding the question.
If
You're talking about tax credit on data centers.
if the data center tax credit's removed, how would that impact this modeling?
That would be to be determined. So we don't factor in specifically and model specifically the tax benefits into the load. We see what the load comes to our territory, and then we plan on serving it. So to the extent that the load may change, we would update it, but there's nothing that is explicitly modeled.
And again, Commissioner, I would mention there's 17 to 20,000 megawatts looking. I don't know how many of those would change their approach from tax credit, but there's a lot more that's looking at the state than what we've planned for.
That's right. And, there's, as we said yesterday, there's many factors that bring customers here, right? Our infrastructure, our fiber, our reliability, our pricing, things like that are here and won't change. So tax credits are one of them, but there's many things that bring customers here.
Okay. Is there any other housekeeping matters to take up?
Mr. Chair, I believe I forgot to move Giffords exhibits 1 through 3 into evidence, and if I could do that now, I'd.
Okay, yeah, so marked.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, let's keep our thoughts and prayers for our linemen and women. This bad weather, whether Georgia Power or EMC or what, but they're under dire conditions out there.
And they did a great job of making sure we got through today.
Yes, the lights didn't even blink. That's right. All right. I'll ask the court reporter at this time to make all exhibits a part of the record. Thank y'all for your time. Be safe going home. This hearing is now concluded and we are adjourned.